like, subscribe and share. Hi! Finally, here it is. The video I've been mentioning a few times already, and although my channel is not that old yet, you probably have been waiting for it. The why and how things went so bad. There are many things that happened. There are many instances involved. There are many institutions at this moment investigating, including the Department of Justice of the United States, including the FBI, agencies from around the globe, safety agencies, and many more. The reasons are not just technical, they're also financial, political, and even the general public played a role in this. So fasten your seatbelts and let's have a ride through some history, facts, opinions, and whatever will pop up. The 737 MAX is an upgrade of an upgrade of an upgrade of an even older design. It all starts in the 50s, the early 50s, when the Boeing 707 was designed. From there, the Boeing 727 was designed, and from there the Boeing 737 was designed. The Boeing 707 was designed by these people, and the Boeing 737 was designed by these people. The first Boeing to be delivered was the Boeing 737-100 back in 1968. At that moment, the 737-200 was already in development, and shortly after that they decided to actually create the 737-200 Advanced, which became the workhorse and the most popular one from the 200 series. It had a longer range, more fuel capacity, stronger engines. They were still those cigar-shaped engines exactly in the middle of the wing. Very iconic and very typical to the 737-200. Those engines were actually how you would recognize a 737-100 or 200. With a very interesting design also of the thrust reverse, which is like on the DC-9, the Fokker 28, 70 and 100. What most people don't know is that in 1977, what is today called Airbus started to investigate and took the first step to develop what's today known as the Airbus A320. So in 1979, Boeing reacted, and they reacted by creating the 737 Classic, first one with the engines installed forward of the wing, like most aircraft today. This was the first time that Boeing started reacting to Airbus. Although the cooperation of all these companies in Europe was not strong, it was still very fragmented, Boeing knew they had to act, and to act fast. And they took some very good decisions. They designed one of the best aircraft ever designed until then. the 737-300, 400 and the smaller 500, which are still flying today, and many of them being converted also to freighters. The first 737 Classic started flying in November 1984. There was the 737-300, later the 400 followed, and at last 500. A total of 1988 were built, which was a record number back in those days, and still is a very, very beautiful number for an aircraft. During the early 90s, United Airlines switched from the 737 Classic to the much more technologically advanced Airbus A320. And this was a shock to Boeing, that an American Airlines would switch to the European manufacturer, and so they had to react again. This led to eventually introducing the 737 next generation in 1997. And that was painful, because Airbus really started to take close to 50% of market share from the new orders and deliveries. And because Boeing reacted relatively slow, they started to lose their impressive market share, their dominance in the market. So in 2006, Boeing was already considering to build a real replacement for the 737, a clean sheet brand new aircraft, just like the Dreamliner. But they were not sure, they were hesitant, and so they waited. And they waited until Airbus launched the A320neo new engine option in 2010, and collecting orders for over 1,000 aircraft at the airshow of 2011. At that moment also, American Airlines announced an order from Airbus for 460 narrow bodies, including 130 A320s neo, and intended to order 100 737s re-engined aircraft. And that pushed Boeing over the edge. They hadn't started the new clean sheet design. Airbus was upgrading, and American Airlines wanted to buy a re-engined version of the 737 next generation. Boeing could not really wait. Starting to develop a brand new aircraft takes 5 to 10 years. If you're lucky, you'll get it flying in 7, if you're really lucky. And so they had to act fast, especially since American Airlines was pushing them. And so they reacted fast, but they were behind again. And that is when the problems really started. Hi, this is going to be a short video. I decided not to read out loud 3 articles, or maybe even 4 articles that I just came across with the latest updates on the Boeing 737 MAX. But I would like you to read them because they really show in detail where some very crucial mistakes were made by assumptions, something that really should not take place when it comes to safety. cannot assume things. Also, errors that were recognized were decided to be corrected only in the third quarter of 2020, that is 1 year from today, while they already knew about it, I think 6 months ago or already a year ago. So there's a whole accumulation of these very grave mistakes that have been made, and it's really interesting how fingers have been pointed at the pilots at first and still are being pointed at pilots by some, and basically these pilots did not know what they were dealing with, and these pilots assumed correctly, I mean it was their right to assume that there would be certain warnings if something would happen, but these warnings were not there because Boeing decided to take out certain things, or because Boeing did not realize that the software they received had an error in it and would classify wrongly the information, so the pilots would not get the information which they were used to get on the previous type of the 737, the next generation. So they really didn't know what they had to deal with, and they were also assumed that they would just trim back, while when an airplane is in a dive and there's a lot of pressure on the stabilizer and on the jack screw, which is basically a screw, and when you have a lot of tension in it you cannot unscrew it easily, so manually untrim or rectify the trim would be very difficult, especially when there are a lot of alarms and bells going off and lights flashing in the cockpit, and the information you're getting on the screen is wrong as well. So please read the articles that I will link here in the comments and make up your own opinion. And let's hope that everyone in the aviation industry will learn from this, and also outside it, because there are many industries where making wrong assumptions, where assuming in general when it comes to safety is very dangerous. Let this be a lesson for humanity in general. If you dislike the video, you do this. If you liked it, thumbs up, share and subscribe. Also, check out my Patreon page. There you can support me and get access to exclusive content. Get more. Check it out in the link below. Hi, welcome to a new video of mine. Unfortunately, again about the 737 MAX. So, what's going on? Ryanair decided to cut the number of aircraft that they expect to be delivered on time for the next year, and even pushed the planning to March-April. So they do not expect to have any 737 MAX flying before March or April. This would mean that certification will not take place this year, as it also takes time between actual certification and the outrolling of the aircraft, meaning getting them ready, because there are around 300 or 400 aircraft now parked here and there in the US. Of course they need to be refitted, the software needs to be updated, and then they need to be made flight ready. I don't know if that's really an expression, I guess I'm translating it literally from Dutch now. But there are many things that need to be done. I mean, they're doing maintenance on all these aircraft to keep them in good shape, but before they can be delivered to the operator, they need also to be inspected by the operator. There needs to be Boeing personnel present at that moment. So It's not like, okay, it's fine, okay, all 400, take off, bring the pilots and just fly them away. No, there's a lot involved. But also, all the aircraft need to be tested. They need to have test flights. And some aircraft have been moved, but I believe those were the aircraft that already had been test flown. Is that the word? Test flown? And this means that Boeing needs to start flying all these aircraft. And these test flights, I don't know exactly how long they do take, but you can assume it will be an hour or two per aircraft, or maybe even more. So who's going to do that? Boeing was never prepared to have 400 aircraft delivered at once, not even in a month. I mean, the most they ever delivered, I believe it's around 50, maybe 55 a month. That was with the highest production on the 737, and then also having booming business on the whatever other aircraft they were delivering at that moment. So this is going to be a challenge. It looks like certification is not going to happen as early as Boeing has been saying, and they always have been saying, oh yeah, we'll do it within a month from now, it will be certified. While not even having supplied the FAA with everything they had to supply them with. So I guess that's just to prevent their stocks from plumbing even more. But this really looks bad. And some people are already talking about Boeing getting such a hit that could cost the company, actually it could go bankrupt. I believe that almost any other company would have gone bankrupt by now with such a impactful disaster. But the US government is not going to let this happen, and 50% or more from Boeing's income is not the commercial aviation, where within the commercial aviation the 737 is representing at least 80% of the income, maybe even more. I mean, they already have a slowdown on the deliveries and the output of the 787. The 747, it's just a few freighters. They have the Air Force one, but it doesn't count. I mean, that's not something where they really make the big bucks. It's just custom building two aircraft, which is actually more of a defense project than a civil aviation project. What they're left on the commercial side, a few 777s, but that's also not such a great production at this moment. So Boeing is really being impacted, and the impact is lasting much longer than expected. So the 5 or 6 or 7 billion debt or actually losses that they mentioned, that's just the tip of the iceberg. I wouldn't be astonished if actually it would cost Boeing around 11 to 14 billion, which basically would have meant that Boeing could have invested 5 years ago in a brand new aircraft. It would have cost them less money, and they would have had less problems. Although developing new aircraft, you have headache, you have problems, you have delays, you have whatever, but still they would have done better than they're doing today. And now they still need to start investing this amount of money in a new aircraft because they know the MAX is really maxed out completely. So they better start working on a new design. This was a short update just on the 737 MAX. See you in the next video. More is coming, don't worry. I mean more than just the 737 MAX. Unless they manage to crash one while not flying. That would definitely be news then. If you dislike the video, you do this. If you liked it, thumbs up, share and subscribe. Also, check out my Patreon page. There you can support me and get access to exclusive content. get more. Check it out in the link below. I cannot believe it. Again, a report about safety issues at Boeing. Stay tuned to hear and see what's new, and actually what's not new at all, unfortunately, because Boeing has a history of not dealing properly with safety issues, simply in order to make more money. I'll post in the description links to the original articles and videos which prove what I've been mentioning. And before you and I forget, like and subscribe so you won't miss any new videos, any updates about what's going on in the aviation world. And feel free to share this video and my channel with others who may like it. So, what's new? Well, if you go back a few years, we remember that Al Jazeera made a whole report about safety issues at the Boeing factory where the Boeing 787 was being built. And now again there's a whistleblower who came out and who mentioned that 25% of the oxygen masks would not deliver oxygen in case of an emergency, which means that easily 25% of the people may get seriously harmed or even die if there's a sudden pressure loss in the cabin for whatever reason. And there is more. KLM just received their Boeing 787-10, okay, just in August, and they were really not pleased with the issues. And I will just read to have the right details, and I'll put the statement on screen now. And just some examples of the defects, and this means that's not all of it. Loose seats, very safe. Missing or incorrect installed split pins, whatever that is. Nuts that are not fully tightened, and an unattached fuel pipe clamp. That is really serious stuff. When it comes to fuel, that means kaboom! If something in the fuel pipes is not properly installed, if something is laying around loose in the fuel tanks, it can result in a spark or in a leak, and that means death of everyone on board. You cannot play with this kind of shit. Head of safety at Boeing should be fired instantly and should be prosecuted for this. This is totally unacceptable. It's like they haven't learned anything from what happened in the past year. People have died. Is 346 deaths not enough in 1 year? Do they really want more deaths? And back in the summer 89, yes, 1989, when the first Boeing 747-400 would be delivered to KLM, the first one in Europe actually, KLM refused the delivery many times in a row, until finally Boeing changed what KLM was demanding and what the Dutch aviation authorities were demanding. There was no EASA back then. And all these changes were then also implemented in the next to be built aircraft.
I think that there are some things in there, for example, some of the electrical separation that are probably good ideas that we'll do on all of the airplanes.
So Boeing has a history of not delivering aircraft that are safe, that are well finished. They just rush the job simply to make more profit. And it's rushing the job that is what these whistleblowers have been pointing at. Because there's so much pressure, because there's so much speed required, they just deliver crap. And when you look at most press releases of Boeing, it's about the aircraft will be certified, the aircraft will fly. Safety and what they are doing to improve the safety comes second or third. Money first, money first, money first. And that's unacceptable. And I wonder when this will change, or who will take the necessary action so that Boeing is really forced to change something in its policies, to stop cutting corners, to stop cutting costs at all costs, because that's what they're doing. They want to deliver the aircraft as cheap as possible by squeezing their suppliers, squeezing their employees, and that's not how you build safe aircraft. That's not how you deliver safe aircraft. That's also the reason why the certification of the 737 MAX was such a disaster. Why there were so many mistakes, so many irregularities, why the FAA did not know what was going on, why pilots did not know that there was an MCAS system and how it was functioning and how it could go wrong, and also why they would have a system built on one sensor only while there are two sensors on the aircraft and not have any redundancy installed, or not having applied the same system they had for a 767 military cargo transporter, which also has the MCAS system, but a better functioning system. But they were too lazy, or whatever reason it was probably costs again, that they didn't install that system on the 737 MAX. Probably it had to do with the certification, as it was for the military, and costs are not that important there. Otherwise they wouldn't be flying all these old aircraft, because they cost a lot to maintain and to fuel, but okay. So yeah, certification costs, training costs, all that was crucial, and they had to be kept down. Otherwise they would not be able to compete with Airbus. Yeah, that's a fact. Boeing cannot compete with Airbus when it comes to the 737. MAX or no MAX. The Airbus A320neo is simply a better aircraft. And Boeing had to go out of its way and had to cheat, cut corners and cheat to be competitive. And the question is, will they get away with it? Will the American government allow this to happen? Because until now, even if there were some mildly tough questions asked to Muhlenberg, the real questions were not asked. He was not asked how it was possible to have no redundancy installed on a new system, and how all the cost cutting and the corner cutting was made possible. The real questions were not asked. And of course, people in the Senate don't know too much about technology, so you cannot blame them. But they should have asked some pilots. Oh, and did you know that again there was a problem with the 737 MAX, this time a simulator. During a simulation there was almost a crash. So, problem not solved yet. Let's see where this will go. I'm sorry, it's not a positive video this time again about the 737 and Boeing, but there's no way to be positive. I hope more people will realize that this is not acceptable, and more people will speak out and put more pressure on Boeing to really change things. Let's see if the next video can be a little bit more positive. If you dislike the video, you do this. If you liked it, thumbs up, share and subscribe. Also, check out my Patreon page. There you can support me and get access to exclusive content. Get more. Check it out in the link below. Hi! Finally, here it is. The video I've been mentioning a few times already, and although my channel is not that old yet, you probably have been waiting for it. The why and how things went so bad. There are many things that happened. There are many instances involved. There are many institutions at this moment investigating, including the Department of Justice of the United States, including the FBI, agencies from around the globe, safety agencies, and many more. The reasons are not just technical, they're also financial, political, and even the general public played a role in this. So fasten your seatbelts and let's have a ride through some history, facts, opinions, and whatever will pop up. The 737 MAX is an upgrade of an upgrade of an upgrade of an even older design. It all starts in the 50s, the early 50s, when the Boeing 707 was designed. From there, the Boeing 727 was designed, and from there the Boeing 737 was designed. The Boeing 707 was designed by these people, and the Boeing 737 was designed by these people. The first Boeing to be delivered was the Boeing 737-100 back in 1968. At that moment, the 737-200 was already in development, and shortly after that they decided to actually create the 737-200 Advanced, which became the workhorse and the most popular one from the 200 series. It had a longer range, more fuel capacity, stronger engines. There were still those cigar-shaped engines exactly in the middle of the wing. Very iconic and very typical to the 737-200. Those engines were actually how you would recognize a 737-100 or 200. With a very interesting design also of the thrust reverse, which is like on the DC-9, the Fokker 28, 70 and 100. What most people don't know is that in 1977, what is today called Airbus started to investigate and took the first step to develop what's today known as the Airbus A320. So in 1979, Boeing reacted, and they reacted by creating the 737 Classic, first one with the engines installed forward of the wing, like most aircraft today. This was the first time that Boeing started reacting to Airbus. Although the cooperation of all these companies in Europe was not strong, it was still very fragmented, Boeing knew they had to act, and to act fast. And they took some very good decisions. They designed one of the best aircraft ever designed until then, the 737-300, 400 and the smaller 500, which are still flying today, and many of them being converted also to freighters. The first 737 Classic started flying in November 1984. There was the 737-300, later the 400 followed, and at last 500. A total of 1988 were built, which was a record number back in those days, and still is a very, very beautiful number for an aircraft. During the early 90s, United Airlines switched from the 737 Classic to the much more technologically advanced Airbus A320. And this was a shock to Boeing, that an American Airlines would switch to the European manufacturer, and so they had to react again. This led to eventually introducing the 737 next generation in 1997. And that was painful, because Airbus really started to take close to 50% of market share from the new orders and deliveries. And because Boeing reacted relatively slow, they started to lose their impressive market share, their dominance in the market. So in 2006, Boeing was already considering to build a real replacement for the 737, a clean sheet brand new aircraft, just like the Dreamliner. But they were not sure, they were hesitant, and so they waited. And they waited until Airbus launched the A320 Neo new engine option in 2010, and collecting orders for over 1,000 aircraft at the air show of 2011. At that moment also, American Airlines announced an order from Airbus for 460 narrow bodies, including 130 A320s Neo, and intended to order 100 737s re-engined aircraft. And that pushed Boeing over the edge. They hadn't started the new clean sheet design. Airbus was upgrading, and American Airlines wanted to buy a re-engined version of the 737 next generation. Boeing could not really wait. Starting to develop a brand new aircraft takes 5 to 10 years. If you're lucky, you'll get it flying in 7. If you're really lucky. And so they had to act fast, especially since American Airlines was pushing them. And so they reacted fast, but they were behind again. And that is when the problems really started. As we know, the 737 was designed to have small engines installed under the wing. The Classic and the next generation already required quite some modifications to install the much bigger engine. But that was the limit. So bigger engines were required again. Otherwise, why even bother to replace the engines? Because they needed a high ratio bypass engine, which means a much bigger fan. And so they had to change things to move the engines more forward, increase the height of the front gear, but even at a certain moment they had decided that they really had to increase the height of the main gear. If I'm correct, that was actually only done on the longer version. But bigger engines mounted more forward means not just heavier engines hanging on the front of the wings, but also more forward. And then if you studied physics at school, you know that if you put a weight here, it pushes like this. If you put that same weight here, it has much more impact. So while gliding in an airplane, a passenger airplane has to be able to glide. If all systems fail, it needs to be able to glide and not start pitching and dropping. So it needs to be stable by itself. But also putting those engines more forward and in an angle upwards, because you don't want them to suck in all the stuff from the runways, because Western engines are not able to suck up dirt, where Russian engines, especially the jet fighter ones, they could handle a lot of scrap from the runways. Yeah, you would get different characteristics in flight. More thrust, more forward means the airplane will start to do this at a certain moment if you really push hard. And that is what's happening during takeoff. So this is not a huge problem. You just need to adapt your avionics and whatever you want to change, but do something to counter this. But Boeing had to do something else. The engines could not be as big as those on the Airbus. They were smaller before and they were still going to be smaller now. And it's very simple. Smaller engine, even if you have all that power in the back, but with a smaller main fan, you have less efficiency. So they needed to make it interesting for the airlines. So where do you cut costs? How do you keep your airplane cheaper? By, for example, not requiring training, simulator time, because that is hugely expensive. Imagine you have a fleet of 100 aircraft, 100 737s, next generation. You want to replace them with 100 737 Maxes. That would mean that 100, so at least 400 pilots, would have to be taken off their regular schedule, put in flight simulators, being paid, but also being replaced in those aircraft flying around, transporting people, so that they would learn how to fly this new aircraft, because the characteristics would be different. And that was something they could not really sell. That would cost so much money, and I'm very conservative with these numbers. I mean, probably there are 6 pilots for one aircraft in the fleet, or maybe even more. And if you're a pilot and you know this, please put the numbers. Also, simulator time means you need to rent simulators, and that's very expensive too. So in order to be cheaper than Airbus, or at least come at the same level in the end, you need to cut costs where you can. So you're going to consume more fuel, you're going to be less efficient. It means Your aircraft needs to be cheaper and the additional costs need to be at least the same or probably less to bring some kind of balance. And so they came up with the MCAS system, Maneuvering Characteristics Augmentation System. Basically, it's what preventing the airplane from stalling. And there's nothing wrong with that. It's a very smart solution. And they also implemented this on the KC-46, basically the 767-200 cargo version that has been transformed into a tanker for the US Air Force. But they didn't correctly inform the flight crews about this. They didn't design the system properly. So there was software and there were sensors, the angle of attack sensors. And these sensors are known to fail. They're mechanical, they're simple, and they can fail. And there are huge numbers, and I will try to put them on screen now, of failure and emergency landings or interrupted takeoffs because they failed. But there were no fatalities because of them. But we know that there have been fatalities because of malfunctioning sensors. And the Airbus A330 had a case, the Air France one, who left, I believe it was Brazil, and then crashed in the Atlantic. So we know that these things can fail. All those sensors, which are these little pipes, or they look like little sharklets on the front of the aircraft, the outside, yeah, they can fail. Shit happens. On the military version, they had to, like on the 737 MAX. And the system required both to transmit data. And if there would be a discrepancy between the two of them, MCAS would stop working. Pilots would get a notification and would stop working. Also, moving the stick would interrupt MCAS. This is on the military version. And we know that in civil aviation, things are built with even more redundancy than within the military. Like I said, an airplane needs to be able to glide. The military does not require it. Most jet fighters today cannot glide. If the engine fails and they have no hydraulics, they go like this and they crash. Because that increases maneuverability in combat. But when it comes to civil aviation, safety is number one. Not efficiency, not how fast you can go or how faster you can kill the enemy. It's about safety first. And that's where Boeing made a huge mistake. On the 737 MAX, at every flight, one of the two sensors would be used. So this flight, this one, the next flight, that one. They would alternate. I have no idea who came up with this stupid solution. I mean, it's not even a solution, it's just a stupidity. If you know a little bit for aviation, you know there is always redundancy. There is backup on a backup on another backup. There's almost nothing in civil aircraft that is a standalone system that is crucial. Yeah, there's one tail. Yeah, they haven't designed civil aircraft with two tails. Okay, the Antonov A225. But that was not for safety. That was because there should be the Buran, the space shuttle should be installed on top and should be able to blast its engines and fly off. There would be a tail in the middle, it would be burnt. So every other system has a backup. So why did MCAS not take data from both sensors and have an automatic shutdown if both sensors are not transmitting the same data? And why would it not shut off if the stick was pushed? Instead, the system would start to dive to rectify because it thinks, oh, we're stalling. And stalling means that in the end you will crash. Especially after takeoff, you're not at a certain altitude that you can actually start to descend, that you can lose altitude. You need to really keep going, at least at the same height, but preferably up. And this is where the whole problem is. Because the system would start to trim, and then even after switching it up, there would be so much pressure on the jack screw, which is the one that arranges for the trim, that manual trim is almost impossible. And if this would happen at high altitude, you would simply let the aircraft dive to take off the pressure, and then you can trim back. But if you're at low altitude because you just took off, you have no way to play with this. You cannot say, okay, let's wait for a moment till there is no moment to wait till the tension is off. You need to act now. And so they couldn't. And that's why both aircraft crashed. And of course you could say, yeah, but in the second one they re-switched it on because they were hoping that switching it off and on would actually reset the thing, like most computers do. You know the joke from IT crowd? Hello IT, have you tried switching it off and on again? Yeah, they were desperate. They didn't have the altitude that they could use to descend a bit, lower the pressure, and then, no. But regardless of what the pilots did wrong, how can you design such an important system for flying the aircraft just after takeoff that's taking data from only one sensor? And any sensor, no matter in which industry, can fail. So you need to have a backup. So you need to have both sensors transmitting data. But somehow they didn't. So this is it's not even a blunder. It's not, I mean, even the word stupid it's reckless. Yes, that's the word. It's reckless. So how was this actually possible to pass FAA certification and all the other certifications? I mean, from the other agencies, the EASA and the Russian, the Chinese, the Canadian. Well, they trusted the FAA. And the FAA trusted Boeing. The FAA didn't have enough funds to have enough personnel and the right personnel with the right training to really test everything. So they outsourced a big part, certification, to Boeing engineers. And this is because, one hand is difficult to have the right number of the right experts at an institution like the FAA, but it's also because everything needs to be privatized. Governments want to cut costs, and it doesn't work for certain things. And Boeing needed to get that damn airplane off the ground flying because Airbus was already flying it. Was already flying the Neo. So they had to get the MAX in the air. And so there was a lot of pressure. And they decided we cannot sell additional training. Maybe some time on an iPad that pilots can do when they're not supposed to fly, so that's fine. That will not cost the airline anything. Oh, and also a warning system related to this was not installed. Airlines had to pay extra for it, where on the military aircraft it was standard. And this is a thing where I feel like, okay, now we're really starting to talk about money first, not safety first. When you look at the price of an aircraft and how much Boeing is earning on it, you cannot convince me that that notification would have cost Boeing too much. And they probably could even have charged it to the airlines. And the fact that most pilots didn't know what MCAS was exactly, some of them really didn't know about it, others they knew about it, but they didn't know how it would function, what it would do, and how huge the impact was. That is because Boeing wanted to save costs. They wanted to make the transition from the next generation 737 to the MAX as cheap as possible. Otherwise, they would simply be outsold by the Airbus, which they were already, and which they still are. Not because of the crashes and the grounding. No, they were already outsold. And it's coming more and more to the light now what happened and how corners have been cut. And now Merlenberg, the CEO, was also a board member. He has been kicked out of the board and it's very clear that he will be fired soon because they need to blame somebody. But the whole board is responsible here. But they will just continue to earn their huge salaries, and because of already having 400 aircraft 737 MAXes built and standing, waiting to be delivered, and they're not earning money, and they're running short now in space to store all these aircraft, they will start to cut costs by firing those people building the 737 MAX. And this is sickening, because the higher management always want to make more money and want to make the shareholders very happy, who also want to earn more money. And in the end, it's always people who are doing the real work who get fired so the others can earn more. So cost saving is not like lowering the salaries of those who really could earn a little bit less, but it's just firing those who are already earning a little. And that's again proving that at Boeing it's about making money. And yes, they're losing a shitload. They already lost close to 7 billion. And this is not taking into account the third quarter, if I'm correct. And we know that the fourth quarter of this year will also be a huge loss. And probably the first quarter of next year too, and the one after that, we'll see. Assuming that they will start to fly in January or February. But from what I have gathered in information, the software fix has not been sent to the FAA for approval, for certification, because it's still not okay. And I said at the beginning that there was a lot going on and a lot of dirt, and so facts have been hidden. That's why the FBI is getting involved. When I talk about facts, there also have been whistleblowers who are silenced, and now things are coming out. And actually, maybe I'm wrong. Maybe the whistleblowers were not officially whistleblowers yet, but there were at least people who expressed their concern internally and were silenced or ignored. And today they have become whistleblowers. I believe that is the correct version, but don't pin me on this one. But a very important factor that nobody's talking about is the following. When I say money rules, it rules everywhere. Manufacturers, the airlines, and the flying public. The flying public is not being talked about. Just that, oh, they don't feel safe now. Oh, they're so upset. I remember that when I was young, to fly a less than 3-hour flight, it would cost per ticket a full month of salary of somebody earning an okay salary. Today, and I have been complaining about this too, people want to fly for almost nothing. I know people who fly for 10 to 20 euros on such a flight. I remember myself complaining that KLM was charging 10 or 20 euros more than EasyJet to fly from Amsterdam to Madrid. It's stupid, I know. I mean, it was the difference between 99 or 110 or 120 euros. So 10-20%, you can say that's a big percentage, but it's 10 or 20 euros. And today, I choose to fly from Bucharest to Amsterdam with Tarom because they're cheaper than KLM, but also because for that price I get to take a suitcase with me. And I know that Tarom is safe. Of course, the salaries at Tarom are lower, the costs are lower in general, also at the airport here, so yeah, it's possible. But we're talking about prices that are still 150, 180 euros for a ticket for less than just under 3-hour flight, which is a normal price. I know somebody who makes a similar flight for around 20 euros. So if you want to be able to fly for 20 euros, around 2.5–3 hours, you know costs have to be cut everywhere. So no food, no suitcases, no drinks. They even made the joke about no toilets, no chairs. But the no chairs thing, they're really considering it, to have people standing like in a bus. And yeah, that would just put panels, and you would be standing between panels, so you will not be shaken. You will still have a belt, but will be standing. And maybe a bar on which you can lean or so, like at certain bus stops. But at the same time, Boeing wants to make money. So you're going to fly a Boeing. So Boeing wants to make money. The airline wants to make money. The shareholders want to make a lot of money. And you want to pay very little. So we need to start shaving off a lot of things. And there is this series called Fly With Me. And in this series they make a lot of jokes about like, oh, but you fly with us and yeah, your emergency vest and your emergency mask, you need to pay for them. So first pay, then you get your oxygen. First pay, then you get your swimming vest. So these are jokes, but they're actually very close to reality, these jokes. These jokes are telling you that there is a limit to what you can cut costs on. And Boeing crossed that line massively. It was not just the nose who crossed the line. It was not just the nose wheel that crossed the line. It was at least half of the aircraft that crossed the line. And I'm sure there are other manufacturers who also have been cutting costs and cutting and cutting and cutting and got very close or even crossed this line, but they got lucky. But there are also cases in the past where, for example, Douglas with the DC-10, they knew about the cargo door failure risk and they still got the aircraft certified, and the aircraft crashed at least once because of the cargo door exploding and ripping off all kind of cables on the inside, which made the airplane unflyable, and so it crashed and killed everyone on board. And that's why I'm so curious what Boeing is going to do with the 777X, where the cargo door exploded and had a similar kind of failure. Maybe not exactly the same, of course it will not be exactly the same, because I assume they would have learned from what went wrong back then. But I really hope they will not make the mistake that Douglas made with the DC-10, that they will just have the aircraft flying while they know they still have to fix that cargo door issue. Yeah. So we the public, we the flying public, are also responsible because we refuse to pay a reasonable amount of money to fly. And of course, we know that the shareholders are earning a lot. We know that the CEOs are driving big cars. We know there is a lot of money going around in the business. But common sense dictates that flying 2 to 3 hours for 10 to 20 bucks is not really sustainable. It also means that personnel will be underpaid. And when you see at a lot of the low-cost carriers, even the pilots are under a lot of stress, which can result in dangerous situations. We know for a fact that Ryanair had to declare a few emergency landings because they were out of fuel, because they cut costs there, they cut corners there. And they have been denying it, but the Spanish Aviation Safety Agency has made a full report on this. And when the airplanes had to divert because of bad weather or closing airports, they had to declare emergency because they were running dry. And I believe, this was like many years ago, and it never reoccurred because they knew this was not going to sell well. Even for cheap tickets, people would reconsider, and they could even lose their license of flying anyway. But it's just to give you an example that cutting corners because of cutting costs is unsafe. But people start to get very creative when they're under pressure. The same happened at Volkswagen with a few years ago the CO2 emissions, and an engineer falsified data, and no, actually he made the car recognize the test bench and then emit less CO2 so it would pass the tests and have wonderful grades. And then some low-level engineers got fired for this, but how did the low-level engineer get to this? No engineer starts doing this if he's not under enormous pressure to deliver something in a very short period of time with limited resources, and then he's not able to do it, so he tries to get some results not to get fired. In the case of Volkswagen, there were no casualties involved. So it was just some fraud, it was bad for the image, and look at me now. Many years later, I'm still mentioning it, and you people are remembering it. So it's again bad PR. But bad PR in the aviation is death, is body bags. It's a lot of families in pain. And yes, bad PR and shitload of money lost. Billions and billions and billions. And I believe it will cost Boeing around 10 billion. This whole 737 MAX disaster. And for 10 billion they could have built a brand new aircraft. They could have designed and built a brand new aircraft which would have crushed Airbus. Airbus wouldn't have been bankrupt, but they would have had to start designing a new one as well. They wouldn't have gotten away with the A320neo. Maybe for a short period of time, but not on the long run. So with this I would like to conclude my video. It was not a very happy, fun one, but with a lot of details, and hopefully you got a better picture on what is really happening and how you and I also influence what's happening. And we need to take ownership of what we do. And it's very easy, yeah, but it's just me, I don't have influence. No. We all do influence by the decisions we take. And I'm not saying we should not fly low cost, but if you would accept prices that will be a little bit higher, things could be safer. Things could be a little bit more comfortable. For us and for the people working in the industry as well. Because like I said, cutting costs mean that people will suffer everywhere, being fired or earning very little, or working under tremendous pressure. And we don't see this only in the aviation industry, but in the aviation industry, errors can be fatal. And 346 deaths because of engineering stupidities, because of bad decisions on higher levels. Yeah, that's something we cannot afford. So let's hope that finally people will start to learn from their mistakes and the mistakes of others, because there have been multiple cases of aircraft failing for the exact same reasons, pushing ahead because they want to make money, not waiting to really solve the problem because, yeah, but the competition is there, so we need to, yeah, okay. The DC-10 had to compete with the TriStar, and I don't remember what the other aircraft were, but there have been more cases where there were this kind of problems. The Airbus A320 at the beginning, I was not a fan of it at all, but it really started with some bad things, like the maiden flight with, back then, the mayor of Paris, the ex-president Jacques Chirac, on board, and all flight computers crashed but one. That's how they landed safely. But later on they crashed an A320 just before landing, and they had to rectify, to correct a few things, and that was very damaging for the reputation. But hey, people were buying it because it was more efficient than 737, so they managed to overcome this bad PR and these problems they had. But the 737 MAX is not more efficient, and with all the changes that are being implemented, there's a high chance there will be training required, and many pilots are demanding this now. So I don't believe the 737 MAX will ever fully recover. I believe the only solution is to really start developing this new aircraft, and yeah, just for Boeing to take their losses and then have a lot of orders converted. But they will not be able to convert them one-on-one because this new aircraft will be more expensive and people will be required to be trained. But then it will be so efficient that in the long run it will be worth it. But then Airbus will be doing the same thing, and probably they already started. So as soon as Boeing starts, Airbus will be starting as well. They're ready. So it's not like then Boeing will be the first, like with the Dreamliner and the A350. No, Airbus will be there, and maybe Airbus can even beat them to the finish line and start delivering earlier. So this is a very tough and rough lesson to learn, but I believe it's a lesson for everyone to learn. And the reason I'm going into this way is because, yeah, it's one of the things I do. I do teach people personal development. I train people on management, on team building, and I help people get the bigger picture. And they say when you point a finger, even you do like this, not like this, but like this, there are at least 3 fingers pointing back. We always need to look at ourselves as well. And that's why I discussed also the fact that we, the consumers, we, the flying public, play a role in this. It's not about boycotting, it's about making more conscious choices. It's about using some common sense. I'm going to end it here. Hopefully the next video will be fun again, with some nice pictures and some happy information. This was a long video, and I hope that it puts you to think and to reconsider certain decisions you're taking. Not just within the aviation, but in general. And if you're interested in actually going on that other path, then have a look at my other channel. See you in the next video. Have a wonderful day. If you disliked the video, you do this. If you liked it, thumbs up, share and subscribe. Also, check out my Patreon page. There you can support me and get access to exclusive content. Get more. Check it out in the link below. Hi! First of all, this video was made possible by my dear friend Alina, surprising me with something that I didn't realize I needed today to make this video. So the video today is about Boeing, and yes, you heard it. You know these. These you can eat. Like, subscribe and share. So, are the shareholders actually doing this to Boeing? Have they been doing it for a while? I'm saying this because this is happening to Boeing aircraft lately. We have cracks in multiple Boeing aircraft. We have the pig fork in the 737 next generation. So quite a bunch of them need to be inspected and probably need to be fixed. Then we have windshields on the 787 cracking as well. So pilots are really paying attention now to looking outwards instead of looking at the instrumentation, just to make sure that there is not a crack in front of them, because if the window breaks, you're done as a pilot. I mean, the glass, yeah, you have higher pressure in the aircraft, but going at 800 kilometers an hour, I'm not sure if the glass will still go outwards. There's still a chance the glass will come inside and just cut the pilot in pieces. Then we have cracks on the engines of the 787. We have the cargo door of this 777X was during testing. They're not sure yet what it was, why it happened. And then we have even recently a test on the 777X where there was a crack in the fuselage when they were doing the stress test on the wings, bending them, and there was of course the high pressure inside the cabin, and the crack resulted in the door blowing out of the aircraft, where doors normally cannot blow out of an aircraft because they're bigger than the hole that they close, so they're supposed to stay inside, but the crack made it possible for the whole door to come out. So I think I covered all the cracking. Oh no! We also have, this is not really a crack, but the CFM56 on the 737 next generation need a redesign on all 7,000 aircraft in operations of the outer part of the engine to prevent a damage to get uncontained from pieces to actually exit the engine towards the fuselage. And as I described this already in a previous video, I hope they will do it on both sides of the engine, because pieces flying around and dropping on the ground from 10 kilometers high, they definitely kill or destroy whatever they touch. So not just to protect the people in the aircraft, but also the people on the ground. We really would like to be safe out here, especially with 7,000 aircraft flying around and each of them having 2 engines on board. That's 14,000 potential pieces that may drop out of the sky. And I know the Earth is big and it's the first time that this happens, but the testing that they did apparently didn't include this specific problem, and it's not clear what they will do now, if they will just reinforce or will do new testing to make sure that this can never happen again. And I'm making actually this video also today because, not just as a joke, like yeah, everything is cracking at Boeing and falling apart. Obviously not everything, but you get the drift. But they are talking about, it's not even sure if they will do again a new test after they reinforce the fuselage on the 777X, the part where it broke, which was around the door that just comes after the wing. I would say absolutely retest it, because you already didn't do all the necessary tests on the engines of the 737. You thought that it was okay, and then so many years later suddenly something happens and hey, we clearly didn't test well enough. And the fuselage cracking, that's not a small issue. And I already saw that Tim Clark from Emirates was already not so happy about this, and he's the main customer. So Boeing better reinforce and retest, just to make sure. And yes, it's gonna cost time, and yes, it's gonna cost money, but an airplane cracking open, and then can you imagine this happening in flight at 800 kilometers an hour? It may be more than just a door that comes off. So you really don't want this on your track record, Boeing. You really want to up your game and stop cutting corners, stop saving money, start spending the money there where it's due, not by paying a lot of dividend to your shareholders, keeping them happy by trying to get the stocks up by firing people, raising the pressure on the employees that you still have so they get actually fatigued and start to make mistakes, and accumulation of small mistakes can become one big disaster, as we have seen in all the disasters and all the crashes that happened in the past 50 years. It was always an accumulation of small errors which on their own would not have brought down an aircraft, would not have killed tens or hundreds of people, but it's never just one thing that goes wrong. So safety cannot be the area where you save money. It's simply unacceptable. And if the fucking FAA is not gonna do their job, then EASA should do it and say, you're not flying in Europe. Which basically means half of your customers at least will not buy your aircraft. So I really hope that EASA will do its job and will actually really do its job and start doing the certification themselves and not taking anything from the FAA, and really doing it by themselves 100%. And if that means that Boeing has to do more work because they need to prove separately to EASA that things are safe, and not just Boeing, all the manufacturers, because Yes, it's happening to Boeing because they have produced the most aircraft in the world. But Airbus could suffer similar disasters. Embraer could suffer similar disasters. Bombardier, Comac, the Russians, all of them. Certification needs to change, needs to be tighter. It's really time to start thinking about safety and quality and screw the shareholders for once, or put them on a lower priority. And if that means that people don't want to play on the stock exchange with a company like Boeing, then maybe that's what's needed. And if Boeing needs people to gamble with the stocks of Boeing so that Boeing can be valued higher and take more loans, then maybe Boeing should reconsider its strategy. If Boeing can only function when people are gambling and betting on it, then Boeing is really not doing a good job. Or any company who depends on the height of the stocks to be a productive company, to be a successful company. Because if that's what you depend on, then you're not successful. It means you're not producing, you're not having satisfied customers who are paying for the good quality you're delivering. I believe that certain companies should not be privatized and that certain companies should definitely not be on the stock exchange if the stock exchange is not going to change. Because the stock exchange now just became a casino. And people actually start to gamble with other people's lives. And that's unacceptable. No. If you dislike the video, you do this. If you liked it, thumbs up, share and subscribe. Also, check out my Patreon page. There you can support me and get access to exclusive content. Get more. Check it out in the link below. The truth is finally out after many months of hiding, of blaming others. Finally, Boeing admits what it should have asked for, what it should have recommended from the start of the 737 MAX. Like, subscribe and share. Boeing is recommending 737 MAX simulator training in addition to computer-based training for all MAX pilots prior to return to service of the 737 MAX. This recommendation takes into account our unstint commitment to the safe return of service as well as changes into the airplane and test results. Yada 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 yada. So, what does this mean? This is, for me at least, the $1 trillion proof that Boeing has been cutting corners, has been lying, and can only do one thing now, which is admitting the truth. The 737 MAX is a modification of the 737 next generation, which is fine, but it cannot be flown without the proper additional training because the flight characteristics of the aircraft are not identical. And even with MCAS, and even with a correctly functioning MCAS and correct functioning speed and angle of attack sensors, simulation training is required. And there's no shame in that. It's actually very normal that when you adapt an airplane so much in different areas that additional training is required. But the reason Boeing didn't require this and manipulated the FAA into agreeing to a crazy certification is because it was the only way for Boeing to be competitive with Airbus. They knew they would lose the battle with Airbus over efficiency if they could not say, you do not need simulator training. And why is it such a problem, simulator training? Because of two reasons. One, if a pilot needs simulator training, it means he will spend time outside the aircraft, not flying, not generating money. Two, simulator training is very expensive. Three, if a pilot is not flying, somebody else needs to be there, which means overtime for other pilots. So having to retrain all the pilots who will start flying the MAX, and when an aircraft like the 737 is well utilized, you need multiple crews per aircraft. So the aircraft spends a maximum of time in the air, flying, making money. And this is not possible now. And you say, okay, let's send all the pilots quickly to training. Well, there are only 34 737 MAX simulators in the whole world. 8 of them at Boeing and 26 spread out among airlines. Start calculating. This is a nightmare. And I believe Boeing knew when they decided to halt production, they knew already that they would have to come with a simulator training recommendation. Because the grounding can only be lifted if this is a fact, and then nobody can start to fly until they have had the training. A training that is yet to be approved by the FAA. And the FAA will not just like, oh, you said you recommend training? Okay, let's have them some training and it's fine. No, the FAA will not make another mistake because the FAA already failed dramatically, I mean in the worst possible way, because the FAA is co-responsible for the 346 deaths. So the FAA will not fuck up again. They don't care about how much it will cost Boeing. Even if Boeing would go bankrupt over this, the FAA would not flinch anymore. They will finally do their job like they should have done back then, in the past 10 years at least. So we will see a very slow re-entering into service, and then deliveries will also be relatively slow because yes, Boeing can say, okay, the aircraft are ready, I have 450 parked, they're all tweaked, updated, here they are. Who will fly them? We don't care. No, sorry, I'm not taking delivery before you compensate for the simulator training, or you facilitate it, but actually you compensate for the hours of the pilots. So this is a new big problem for Boeing starting now. How to get all the pilots trained. And we don't know yet how many hours in the simulator. You cannot say that, oh, they just need to practice. No, it's not just practicing. They need to succeed the tests. And if they step in the simulator and at the first run they succeed, they will have to do it again because it may be a lucky shot. So it will take at least 2 hours but probably 4 to 8 hours per pilot, maybe an average of 4. So it will take quite some time, which means deliveries will be very slow. Boeing needs to either facilitate the time in the simulator or pay for it, and only then aircraft will be delivered, will be accepted by the airlines. So there is a chance that it will take another 3 months after the FAA says we have a go before Boeing can pick up production again. So probably this will happen in, if they're super lucky, if they manage to create some miracles, manage to instantly generate new simulators, beginning of April. Otherwise it may be May or even June before production of the 737 MAX can pick up again. As I said, they have around 450 aircraft standing there, and no airline will take delivery of the aircraft if they don't have the crews who can actually fly them. So I will say this with pleasure this time. I don't say it often, but I told you so to all those who grilled me for criticizing Boeing and saying that Boeing simply messed up. When I said Boeing was reckless, this is the proof. Boeing is admitting now. Not directly, but indirectly they're saying, yep, we totally fucked up. We lied to be able to sell the aircraft because we knew we would not sell as many if retraining, especially simulator training, would be required. And they took the risk. And of course, with 4,000 to 5,000 orders that they have now, maybe a little bit more, even with some cancellations, there are not many airlines who will say, no, we will not take the Boeing anymore because our pilots need training. No, because they know Boeing will pay for it, because it's an additional cost that was not within the contract, and they will still take it. So Boeing will not suddenly start losing orders. Yeah, they may lose a few. If an airline has the choice to take the 737 MAX or the A320neo because they already have both in their fleet and it's easier to have the neo, then okay, they may do it, but in general this will not really influence too much the existing orders. It may influence upcoming orders, but most probably Boeing will just take its loss and give an extra discount which includes or have within the price the simulator training. Like, okay, we sell you this aircraft and we offer you within the package simulator time. But when I say the truth is out, yes, the truth is really out. Boeing lied on purpose to secure deals, to make money. And not just to make money, to have the shares rise. And that is the whole problem within most industries. It's all about the shareholders making more money and doing everything for that. And if there's a problem, oops! No, I don't believe that even one death should be called an oops or collateral damage because shareholders want to make more money. You may call this a political statement, you may call me a socialist or whatever, but fact is, shareholders' wealth should not compete with safety. I rest my case. Will the 777X be a great success? Will it be as successful as the 777-300ER? At this moment the number of orders is relatively low, and Airbus has a competing aircraft. Or not? Like, subscribe and share. When Boeing decided to design the 777X, it was sure it would be a success, as successful as the older 777, but the number of orders have been lagging behind. And if we look more in depth, there are two interesting aspects. One is that the 777X8 is more or less the direct replacement of the 777-300ER, and then the 777-9 is a larger variant, which is closer to the 747-8 International. So this doesn't make it a direct replacement of the 777. It's not like when Airbus came out with the A330neo 800 and 900, which were a direct replacement for the A330 200 and 300. But instead, it decided to go bigger. And the question is, does the market really need this? If you look at the numbers, you see that only 7 from the 43 current operators of the 777-300ER, who have a total of 827, only 7 of them did order the 777-9, which is really a small number. Is it really going to work? Will it be the cash cow Boeing was hoping for? Or is it too late? Is the 777X simply coming too late? And will it be just like the A350 1000, an aircraft that will sell just a few hundred? And then the question is, will they even get a return on investment? Or is it a financial disaster? The advantage for Airbus is that the A350 1000 is just a derivative of the A350-900, which is a successful aircraft, where the 777X is an aircraft that is not just a direct derivative anymore of the 777. There are so many changes, it's such a big investment. Looking at the project cost, and if there's not too much of an overrun, and then comparing with the list prices, the discounts, and then the profit margin, the first 150 777X9s will just cover the costs. And I'm not talking about additional costs that will be coming later on. I'm only talking about the initial costs to develop the aircraft. The 300 plus orders that they have, most of them come from the Middle East. We see there that those companies have started to lower the numbers that they're ordering, start to cancel. We also see that the political situation in the region is unstable, so there's a high chance that there will be a new war, which will mean collapse of aviation in the region, which means cancellation of all orders and even cancellations of existing leasing contracts. So was it smart from Boeing to design the 777X? Or was it a response, again, to an Airbus product? Because when Airbus designed the A350, they designed it not only to compete with a 787 Dreamliner, but also to be a potential replacement for the 777-300ER. And that it absolutely is. But then Boeing thought, we need to go bigger. but bigger is not the market anymore. The hub and spokes model is gone. It's finished, it's over. Yeah, the Middle East is still doing it, but most other countries, most other airlines are choosing to take aircraft that are smaller, that have a long range, and they go just from point to point. Because point to point is the new market. That's the future. So all these super large aircraft, you can only use them on special routes, like London to LA, London, New York, London, Chicago maybe. But except from those, the numbers don't add up. So is Boeing really in a period where they have been taking a lot of poor decisions and only losing money? Well, time will tell. And in addition, we also know that Boeing is counting on having the 777X certified as a derivative from the 777X. But the FAA is changing the rules on this. And so it may be that it will be a much tougher job to get it certified. Just look at the Airbus A350-1000, a derivative from the 900 variant. They required 3 aircraft flying 1600 hours and 2 aircraft flying 1100 hours respectively. So there's a high chance that Boeing will have to do the same, which means additional costs, which means more delays, as they don't have 5 aircraft ready right now. So the future will tell us if the decision of Boeing was a smart one, how certification will go, how much more delays we will see, and if there will be more orders coming in, substantially more orders, to actually make it a profitable project. I will keep you updated as soon as there's news, and see you in the next video. Have a great day. If you disliked the video, you do this. If you liked it, thumbs up, share and subscribe. Also, check out my Patreon page. There you can support me and get access to exclusive content. Get more. Check it out in the link below. The 737 MAX crisis is not just about the 737 anymore. It's impacting the NMA. It even impacted the 777X. And then there's also the 787 that's again having issues. So where does this leave Boeing? Like, subscribe and share. If you want to know more about the 737 MAX crisis, I have an in-depth video and you can hit the card up here or look in the description. Yesterday, Boeing announced that they're estimating a total loss of $18.6 billion. That is 18 with 9 zeros behind it. That's a shitload of money. I don't even know how many 737s they need to sell to actually recuperate that. It's a lot. And I personally believe it's still a conservative figure. I believe it will reach the 20 billion easily. And actually you can quote me on that. Because until now, I believe everything I predicted regarding the 737 MAX crisis came true. The length of the grounding, regarding the issues, complexities, figures I started naming when it came to losses. Of course, Boeing included much more in their calculations because they went into the long term, and when I made a prognosis, it was about, it was from before the putting on hold of the production, but now there is even more coming. And let's say it's 20 because that would keep it simple, and they make an average of 20 million per aircraft. The first 1,000 aircraft would simply, their profit would simply vanish, would drop into that big hole of losses. And we all know, and even for those who were like true believers in Boeing and saw Boeing as the god on earth when it comes to aircraft, even they had to start to see now that Boeing really messed up big time and is paying for its management. The management it had. The decisions it took to cut corners, to be greedy, and that led to technical issues, managerial issues, safety issues, and that's why they had to hold. It's one of the reasons they had to hold production as well. Not just because they had too many aircraft parked that they could not deliver. It was not about the space, because there's plenty of space in the deserts. There are plenty of boneyards where they can dump the aircraft and not much will happen to them there. There are standard procedures for the maintenance. But they had to revise a lot, or they have to still revise a lot in the procedures, in the manufacturing, in the testing, in the certification. Not just the physical work, but also who's checking what and how are they checking things, the redundancies, and also go back to certain suppliers and have them change certain things. So where does this leave Boeing? Well, it leaves Boeing with the biggest loss ever in its history. So, of course, part of that they will recuperate once they can deliver those 400 plus aircraft that have been parked. But those aircraft, they will get some money back, but it's not going to bring them profit, because that's going into that big hole of debt. Another consequence has been that Boeing was unable to respond to Airbus when it comes to the NMA. Boeing launched the idea of the NMA. Boeing was a pioneer for years. They were close to freezing the design. And then the MAX happened. Resources had to be diverted to resolving the MAX issue. At a certain moment, all the resources of Boeing, commercial, had to focus on the MAX, resulting in extra delays in the 777 program even. And in the end, Airbus reacted to Boeing, upgraded an existing aircraft that was already selling very well, that's selling even much better now, being the A321 XLR, the new version of the A321, but with a double extended range, because they have the LR and now they also have the XLR. There will be starting deliveries very soon, and they've been selling a lot of them. And Boeing knows that they lost that battle, and they're going back to clean sheet design. They're basically erasing everything. I mean, they're keeping the studies they did, but they're starting from scratch to come up with a new decision on what the aircraft has to cover, which segment of the market. And that would mean that production could start, if we're lucky, in 7 years from now, 2027. If Boeing gets answers from all the potential customers, gets a design set up, decides on which segment of the market, and then how many versions, what engines, have an agreement with the engine manufacturers, which probably will be easier now because the engine manufacturers could not deliver engines anyway prior to 2025 because they were all like stretched out already, maxed out on designing, producing and delivering and fixing the beginner's errors, I mean the early production errors, and all engine manufacturers have had their share of problems. So yeah, 27 would be a realistic date. And I will come back to what I said earlier. I believe that Boeing will actually make a new design that will be more in the size of 757 and slightly bigger, slightly smaller, which will actually cover the 737 MAX 9 and up, where the 737 MAX 8 will probably be covered by the Embraer, because they have these two lines, so they will have two new types of aircraft, switching a little bit where the type starts and where the type ends. So I expect they will actually develop two aircraft more or less in parallel, or not, because actually the E2 is still relatively new. So no, they will do one after the other, but shortly after. So the new one will be a replacement for the E2. There will be no E3. They will not make the MAX mistake again. And until then, the MAX will fill that gap. And Airbus will do the same. Airbus will do the same with probably one upgrade of the A220, which will also take that segment, and then they will counter attack Boeing by building also an aircraft that is basically the A321 and upwards. And then the A320 downwards will be a variant of the A220. Or they will decide, if they have the money, and probably they will have the money because they're selling so well, they will also make a clean sheet aircraft there. So maybe Airbus will do two aircraft in parallel, and the A220 will not have a new version, but simply a replacement that's very much inspired by it, but again have a 80% or high commonality between the two variants that will cover from the 90 to 250, 270 passengers. Two variants which will be like very similar. I mean, the pilots will need only a few hours of simulation training to switch, or maybe not even that. Yeah, a little bit like the 757 and 767 had been certified, although I'm not sure that big a difference would be allowed nowadays. After all the problems that we have seen in the past, the FAA would not approve it, and EASA as well, and the Chinese will definitely not approve it. So yeah, we've seen the 777 having its first flight. The wingtips didn't break off, so that's a positive. There were no doors flying off the aircraft. the engines performed correctly. So that project will finally start to roll, but they will have a very, very, very intensive and scrutinized testing phase. I mean, Emirates, being the biggest customer, already said they would like a 50% longer test phase. I mean, they said that as a result of the MAX problems. They want to be sure that what they're gonna get from Boeing is actually really, really good. They don't want any MAX issues on the 777X. Boeing also doesn't want it. The FAA doesn't want it. EASA doesn't want it, so there will be a lot of eyes focused on that program. Not only on the MAX return, but also on the 777 certification. Every inch of the aircraft will be tested and retested, verified and re-verified. Every system, all the simulations. I mean, they will not leave any page unturned, every piece not checked for, probably three times. So this will slow down the process. Of course, Boeing will try to have as many aircraft as it can in the test phase, but that would also mean more investments, because if these aircraft will be like very intensively tested, it will be difficult to sell them. So they have to be written off. And as the number of sales for the 777 will not be that high, because let's be honest, that segment of the market is small. It's really small. It's shrinking, the segment of the very big aircraft. 400 plus, that's, yeah, I mean, the A380 is, even if there would have been a good neo version of the A380, I don't believe that they would have sold many. Even Emirates would have tuned down the numbers of replacements, because we're going to a more point-to-point market, not the hub and spoke anymore. So yeah, it's going to be just on certain routes that they need the extra capacity. For airports which have, yeah, not enough slots, but that's it. And that's why the 747 International failed, the A380 failed, and I believe the 777X will not fail, but it will not sell as many as the 777 has done. And honestly, I was expecting the 777-300 to be really replaced, so the 777-8 would have had the most orders, but that's not happening because people choose to actually take a smaller aircraft or a newer aircraft, taking the A350 1000, which is having the same capacity as the 777-8, but is a really newer aircraft, more modern, so more efficient. The 777 has a bigger cargo hold, but not all airlines need that. So for certain airlines it will be interesting, but not for all. So the situation at Boeing is difficult. It's not going to be flourishing for multiple years, and let's hope that they really take this as a lesson to stop cutting corners. We all know that the cutting corners mentality increased within Boeing when they merged with McDonnell Douglas, because that was the mentality there. If you look at the statistics, you will see that there were more crashes of McDonnell Douglas aircraft than of Boeing aircraft, but Boeing should have cut out that mentality. So Boeing is actually paying the price for many mistakes they made. The merger with McDonnell Douglas was not done properly. The MAX was not developed properly. It was a rush job. It was a panic move. A very smart game of Airbus Airbus did it in such a way that Boeing would upgrade the 737 and not come with a clean sheet aircraft. And they knew that it would be difficult for Boeing, and Boeing thought, we can do it, we can do it. Well, we've seen where it led to. To be competitive with Airbus, they had to go make strange maneuvers. And in the end, they lost the battle because the 737 MAX cannot compete with the A320neo. That's a fact. Simulator time is needed for the pilots, and that was one of the main selling points, that it was a common type rating, and it's not anymore. So yeah, this is a very hard lesson that Boeing is hopefully learning. Boeing is crippled. Let's call it that. They're not bankrupt, but it's going to take them probably 5 years to get back into a more or less solid position. And that's long, 5 years. Because of what I said, I mean, they need to come with a clean sheet design for the new NMA. That's going to cost another 5 billion. So yeah. But okay. Let's see where it all goes. Some people have been speculating about the cancellation of the 737 altogether, but that's simply not doable. It would mean even bigger loss. It would get close to 30 billion. And on top of that, they would have to come with a clean sheet design, which means another huge investment of 5 to 7 billion to change everything, to compensate the suppliers. I mean, no, it's not doable. Plus it would take another 5 years, which would mean that Boeing would not make any money for the coming 5 to 7 years, which would mean bankruptcy. So Boeing has no other choice than to keep going on with the 737 MAX, hire MacGyver with his duct tape and duct tape it all together, super glue, whatever they're gonna do, fix the wiring problems, fix the software problems, fix that other software problem, fix the sensors, make sure there are redundancies everywhere, and yeah, just pull through. Yeah, I'm not a Boeing hater. I don't feel sorry for Boeing. I just hope that the whole market learns from this. And aside from the aviation market, I hope corporations but also entrepreneurs learn from this, because this whole situation is simply caused by lack of integrity and greed. And that led to negligence, that led to cutting corners, corruption, manipulation, lying, yeah, and of course deaths as a consequence. Things that cannot be fixed, that is something they cannot fix, no matter how much money Boeing would pay to the families. You cannot pay for people's lives. So yeah, it's just a big stupidity. And this is the same reason why an Enron collapsed. This is the same reason why GE is now basically very close to collapsing. If they don't get their shit together, GE is the next to collapse, because things are really bad at GE for exactly the same reasons. Because of greed of the shareholders who just want to make a quick buck, greed of the management who want to get high bonuses by taking decisions that would make their shares rise so that there is profit for the shareholders and for them because they're also shareholders. But in the end, it's damaging the company. And Boeing is most probably going to survive this crisis, but a lot of companies cannot. And if you're an entrepreneur and you do such a screw up, your reputation is gone. And if you're going to get sued for liabilities, then you're done. And this is what we're seeing in the market, that big corporations have to become more careful, and they're actually losing a lot, and their customers are going to smaller companies, to entrepreneurs, because they're more trustworthy, they're more transparent. They're not simply focused on the value of their shares. They're not simply focused on how much money can I make today. But if you're considering starting your own company, or you own your own company, then think about this. Integrity is important. And the world is changing. It's changing so rapidly that the truth is coming out, no matter what, and fast. So you better play it clean. See you in the next video. The next video will probably be more technical, and we'll have more relevant imagery. I simply don't have the relevant imagery for most of the aircraft, so this was a video where you had to enjoy my smile. See you in the next one. If you disliked the video, you do this. If you liked it, thumbs up, share and subscribe. Also, check out my Patreon page. There you can support me and get access to exclusive content. Get more. Check it out in the link below. Hi! This is a short video to update you on what's going on regarding the 737 MAX. Good news and bad news. Yes, there's still bad news when it comes to the 737 MAX. Good news for those who love the 737 MAX and who love Boeing is that the FAA has approved the start of test flights. Finally, more than a year after the grounding, they can start doing this. The bad news is that during the first test flight, the MCAS software started to update mid-flight. Yep, you know, we all experience this shit. We're in the middle of something important, then update, and then the first officer clicked by accident on yes! The imbecile! He clicked yes! He didn't read, he just clicked OK, and then he realized that no, we're in mid-flight, we cannot have a reset or an update. So the software started updating, and while updating, the software stopped working, so they started losing altitude. And it took 2 minutes. Luckily they were at 35,000 feet. And then the update was done. Yeah, needed to reboot. Yeah, they had to reboot. Fucking system. So yeah, they had to reboot as well, but then they managed to restart the MAX. And they managed to stabilize again at 7,000 feet, and eventually they landed safely. And we all know this. You're in the middle of something and a stupid update comes, and if you don't have the Pro version, and apparently they didn't have the Pro version, then the update comes and it just starts. And you cannot stop it. Yeah, talking about Windows here. And yeah, of course, you know, this is a joke. Yeah, this second part of the video is a joke. Actually, I came across it and it was brilliant. So I will include the original link and probably also put on screen, give credit to the guys who came up with this, because it was beautiful. I saw it and I had to record this video. So yeah, it's partially serious, it's partially a joke, but come on, we have seen so much shit happening in the industry. It's time for a little bit of cheering up. Because also I saw the news today that Airbus will be letting go 15,000 employees. 5,000 in France, 5,100 in Germany, 900 in Spain, 1,700 in the UK, if I'm correct, and the rest in the rest of the world. So basically Canada, the US, China. It's really sad. And it's because they cannot deliver. I mean, airlines are deferring deliveries, so most of them will be the workers in the factory, not the designers, but those who actually build the aircraft, who assemble them. And of course this will have a ripple effect on all the suppliers, who also will have to slow down production, will have to let go of people. So this will be a huge chain reaction that we will see, a domino effect of probably companies going bankrupt. I mean, we're seeing with the one who's delivering the fuselages for the 737 MAX already, who had to downsize so much and who are fully dependent on Boeing, on just building the 737 fuselage for a long time. And that's why one of the first things that teach you in business is not to put all your eggs in one basket. Although in their case they specialized, and maybe it's not realistic for them to also build something else, or maybe this will force them now to reconsider their strategy and start producing other things as well, not to depend on one type of one manufacturer. Because yeah, we've seen now something can happen and then the most popular aircraft in the world, or second most popular aircraft in the world now, because Airbus has officially surpassed Boeing when it comes to the total number of 737s and A320s ordered. So yeah, but still you do not expect that to just stop. Not after 50 years or so production. So yeah, that's what's happening in the market. I hope you enjoyed this video, and see you in the next one. Have a beautiful day. If you disliked the video, you do this. If you liked it, thumbs up, share and subscribe. Also, check out my Patreon page. There you can support me and get access to exclusive content. Get more. Check it out in the link below. Hi. The video that I've been promising for a while, and finally I'm getting to do it. I started recording actually a few times, but then for some reason didn't finish it. It didn't felt right, so didn't feel right. But today is the day. So I will be talking about the current situation with a look into the future, possible future, because that's much more interesting than, oh yeah, this is ground, that's being cancelled. No, that we know. But what's interesting is, what are the possibilities here for Airbus? What can Airbus do? Which choices do they have? Which ones are the most likely to be made? Fasten your seatbelts and get ready, because I have 6 segments that I will address in this video. Like, subscribe and share. So let's dive right in. I will be looking at the screen most of the time because I have information there. But you may not see that because I'll most probably overlay with some video from Airbus. But first thing, what we see now in the news is that most four-engine aircraft are being grounded, and a lot of them are even being retired prematurely. Everything that was scheduled to be retired in the coming year or two is being retired instantaneously. Small exception is two 747-400s M, the combi version of KLM, which have been retired for a few days and then taken back out of retirement because of the need for extra cargo capacity for the shipment of medical supplies. This is linked to Philips, because Philips is together with the Dutch government and KLM involved in this project, and Philips is producing medical instruments which are large and heavy. But aside from that, four-engined aircraft are becoming obsolete. There will be a few exceptions, I expect, which will be Emirates, Singapore, Korean Airlines, China Southern, ANA, and British Airways. The rest, I believe, they will all retire the A380s permanently. Oh yeah, High Five may keep it for a little while, or may actually expand its fleet so that they can be rented out when needed, although they have the problem that there's only a small portion of airports that can actually accommodate the A380 due to its size and weight. Aside from that, we know that the production is ending. We know that point-to-point is where the market is still heading, and actually I believe this will accelerate the transition from hub and spoke to point-to-point, which means that super large aircraft will only be used on really congested airports if the routes allow it. So London to JFK, London to LAX, Japan to Hawaii by ANA. Yeah, after the crisis, they have a business case for it. Otherwise, they wouldn't have purchased 3 brand new ones. Asia, yeah, we have a lot of population there, so it will be possible, but we most probably won't see any more Emirates just going everywhere with the A380. I believe that will stop. That will slow down, and eventually also Emirates will stop using them. Even though they still have a few deliveries that are pending. This leads us to the A350-1000. You could see it as a replacement of the 777-300ER with much better performance. Yes, it's much newer, of course. But size-wise, yeah, it's that size. And the question is, and I will just give you the numbers. We're talking about 2-class configuration, 370 people. It's a lot. They just increased the maximum capacity to 480 for economy class only. Really tight. But there will be a very limited market for this. So looking at the number of orders for the type, 170 compared to 760, I expect this number to decrease. I even see the possibility that the 1000 will be terminated. That will be the 900, because many airlines may shift back from the 1000 to the 900, where some did the upgrade before, but we're seeing already now the shift back to the 900. When I say back, I don't know if the back already happened, but at least I see that, for example, Cathay Pacific ordered the 1000, and yeah, they received a few, but they're transforming the other orders into 900 versions. The back would be, for example, Qatar Airways, which upgraded not so long ago, and who may decide to downgrade again. This would mean a smaller turnover for Airbus, but it also could mean, if they would really terminate the line, it would mean that the production would be even more efficient and they would not lose money, or the loss would be so small to be insignificant. Airbus can absorb this. The order book is well filled, and even with additional cancellations from leasing companies and because of some airlines going bankrupt, I mean, the order books are anyway filled for years to come. So Airbus wouldn't really feel it. The cash flow will just be there as long as the crisis doesn't last too long. Also, this could mean that Qantas would not have a choice anymore. They would not have the choice between the 900 ULR or the so much talked about 1000 ULR. Because if Airbus decides to just go with only the 900, then that's it. What we also could see is another part of the market, which is very close to it, the A330 market. So around 1500 have been built. I believe around 1000 are in service at this moment, or even more, and they will need to be replaced. Some have been delivered very recently, so they won't be replaced. But the older ones are getting ready to be replaced. And so the question will be, will they be replaced by an A350, a 787, or by the much cheaper A330neo? And if so, which one? Again, point to point means the need for smaller aircraft, which could lead to the A330-800 suddenly becoming very popular, because a nice capacity, but not too big. You have a great range. You have improved fuel burn. It has a wonderful range, also improved. And if you already have the A330, the pilots can shift very easily. So the costs for an airline are very limited to do the upgrade and at the same time to decide to go from the 300 to the 800. And if you have a big fleet of them, you could have actually the same capacity with more aircraft, because you take the smaller ones, and then you would have more destinations that you can cover. This would mean higher revenue. I also see the possibility, if Airbus is smart and looking at what the market is doing now, Airbus could decide to make a freighter version of the 800. Basically, it's a 200 with the tweaks of the 800, because the 800 is just an upgrade. So you take the 200 freighter, put the new engines, replace the winglets, the avionics, and you have a much more efficient aircraft for a price that will become very competitive with a 767 freighter. I don't see Boeing re-engineering the 767. I don't see it happening. And even if they would, it would take time. And Airbus could take the market here, could really make a dent, could really enter the freighter market. Because till now it's Boeing, 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 one Airbus, many Boeings, one Airbus. But Airbus could really make a difference. And it wouldn't cost them so much. Hell, the whole NEO project has cost them 2 billion only. Making a freighter NEO would cost them a few hundred million, maybe, not even sure. Because basically they can just take the 200 freighter and tweak it. It's not so much, they don't need to develop much more. They already have all the parts, they just need to combine the different parts and then adjust a bit. So it would be like a super fast, great solution. Much cheaper than developing an A350 freighter, which they will probably do in 10 years from now. They would start talking about it. Maybe once they develop a NEO of it. And then they probably will design the A350 NEO and at the same time A350 NEO freighter. Not A350 freighter, no, A350 NEO, passenger and freighter. Boom. That would be the most efficient way to do it. But for now, A330 NEO freighter would sell. Absolutely. And it can be delivered rapidly. The A330 NEO can be delivered much faster than an A350 or a 787. Moving on to the single aisle. And here it becomes really interesting. So in the single aisle market, we have a few interesting things. First of all, we have the A320 NEO family, which is doing very well. They haven't had the problems that Boeing has had. Actually, they're having problems that they cannot deliver fast enough. I'm not talking about the crisis now and the slowdown in production, which we see across the globe, across all branches of industry. Everyone has this problem. But things are slowing down. Supply chains are not that smooth anymore. That companies themselves cannot do things. We know this. And demand anyway is low, so most companies are not complaining that aircraft are being delivered late at this moment. They're actually happy because that means they can keep their cash in their pockets or actually use the little cash they still have to pay the current bills and don't need to pay for delivery of an aircraft. But the A320 is a NEO, so it's a product that will probably not be upgraded again. So the next generation single aisle aircraft will be a replacement of the A320 family. The segment, I've talked about this in other videos before, because of the A220 that I will discuss more in depth later, covers already the bottom part of the market when it comes to capacity, but when it comes to range actually is superior. We will see something new appearing. So the replacement will not be a full replacement for the A320 family. It will be replacement for the A320, let's say 20 and a half, to A321, upwards to A330. So it will be really an NMA, because the A321 is now almost the best-selling aircraft. So I have the numbers here, and yes, the A321 is very close to the A320. And if you look at the CO, incomparable. There it was, the A320 was by far the best-selling, but now they're getting very close. At this moment, they're at 3,956 orders for the A320neo and 3,396 for the A321, a difference of less than 600. So that's a small difference, very small difference. So the A321 is by far the booming one now. And there's even a chance that orders of A320s will be converted to the A321 later on. What we also see is that orders for the A321 are being converted to the LR version and the XLR. And this is interesting. Why? Well, we talked about the A330-800. That's going to be very popular, most probably. And I believe that the A321 XLR also plays a big role, will be playing a big role in the point-to-point. So you will see more aircraft that are relatively small with long range to be able to connect two cities that do not have the possibility to fill an A330, 300 or 200. But still cities that are far away from each other. So the replacement for the A321neo will be a middle of the market who will have that range, and not the range that Boeing was talking about when it came to the NMA, but a larger range. I believe the range will be around 10 to 11,000 kilometers. Back in the days, for that you needed a 747 or a DC-10. And we will have a 200 to 280 passenger aircraft doing that. Doing 10 to 11,000 kilometers. I remember the first one doing 11,000 which was not super big, was the 767 300ER. Well, a smaller aircraft can do it. It will be probably a dual aisle aircraft, but that's okay. It will be a very efficient one. You will say, okay, and then what will happen to the A320? Because it said A320 and a half, so it will be a little bit bigger than A320 capacity, because the capacity now of the A320 is 165 in a 2-class configuration, 195 in a 1-class. I believe that, and that's how we jump now to the next one, the A220 will be able to cover that with the A220-500 that Air France has been asking for. Why? It has better economics, because it's a brand new aircraft. It's a clean sheet design. So I actually expect a new version of that one to be built. Will be announced in 5 years from now. So around 2025 they will start to talk about it. 2027, 28 it will start to fly. And only after designing the replacement of the A321, we will see talks about a replacement of the A220. But that segment will be expanded so that we have a single aisle going from regional to what the A320 is doing today, which will mean that Airbus will have 3 aircraft covering the whole range. Let's say the A220 going upwards a bit as well, starting at the same but going upwards. The replacement of the A320, 21 going all the way towards the A330, that stopped just before, and then we have the A350. The A330neo will stay for a while, and then the replacement of the A350 will start beneath the capacity that I have now. So let's say like the A330-800 all the way to the A330-900, 900 and a half, not the 1000, because I believe that kind of capacity we will not really see. Maybe they'll build it, but I'm not so sure about that. Especially the replacement of the A350 will be so much more efficient, will be a completely new design, that congestion at airports will not be a thing anymore. Because of the different design, they will use less space, so they'll be able to put more aircraft at the gates. Because of technical advancements, it can be crowded, it can be more aircraft in the air, more aircraft on the taxiways, on the runways, faster takeoffs, faster landings, closer to each other, will be perfectly safe. And so that is the future of Airbus, the real future. And that future will be with, for example, the Delta aircraft. We've all seen the video of Airbus with the mock-up. But what I expect that we will not see, at least not in economy class, so all these people are like, look at what Airbus will design, all these wonderful chairs, and they will be ergonomic and moving and adapting to your body, and there will be these open ceilings, glass ceilings, you have a wonderful view. Well, for that we need a different world. Okay, the world is changing today. I honestly not sure that we will experience a world where money will have changed in such a way that comfort will come back in the aviation industry. I say come back, but because when I started flying in the 70s, there was comfort on board. There was leg space. There was food on board. There was service. All that is limited to those who really want to pay the big bucks, because to have a business class seat, you take space for 3 to 4, sometimes 5 economy class seats. So you have to pay as many times the amount that an economy class person is paying. First class, or the suites like they have on the A380s, we're talking $10,000 or more for an 8-hour flight or 10-hour flight. So this will not be the standard unless everything will dramatically change. And that's why I'm not focusing too much on this part. That's why I took more time to explain what I see will change on the technological side of things, which is about efficiency. Efficiency because companies have small margins, they try to keep the ticket prices low, to compete, to keep people on board, and to make money through volume. So very wonderful ergonomical chairs in which you can lay and whatever, there's no space for that. Not within the current economy, or even an economy which would have changed 25-50%. No, the economy needs to change more than 50% from what it is today to allow for that. It will be possible once we have free energy, because then the whole fuel price would just evaporate. Yes, batteries are more expensive than fuel tanks, but we will see efficiency there as well in that technology. And then we could get more comfort for the price for which we fly today. But a lot has to change for that. And the airlines need to be willing also to give us more and not only take more from us. So that's a whole mentality change in the economy, in society. Otherwise, it will be what I described before. I hope this was interesting. I feel like I need to make a video about Boeing because there has been a lot going on at Boeing recently. Again, I mean, Boeing is like the soap series, The Bold and the Beautiful of the aviation industry. Is like every week there is a breaking news almost. And it's almost impossible to keep track of that and to produce videos every time, and I'm not in the mood to do that. But I feel like I need to do a video about the future of Boeing because shit is happening there. And you know the word shit can be used in many ways. It can mean a lot of things. You have good shit, you have bad shit. And with Boeing, it's shit laying on a knife. It can go on the good side or on the bad side. So I may dive deep into that. And spoiler alert, it can go both ways with Boeing. Boeing can really screw up big time and get far behind on Airbus and stay there for a while, for 5 to 10 years. Or Boeing can match Airbus again, not surpass it, match it, if they really take the right decisions. And we'll not go deeper here. That's for a video. But today, we're not looking at a duopoly. It's Airbus, and there's something happening at Boeing. Airbus is designing, developing, producing. Boeing is doing stuff. Internal stuff happening. And this, maybe a few people had a very wet dream back in the 1970s, early 80s, when they started building Airbus. But I don't think anyone in the US ever expected to see what's happening today. I didn't expect it. I started expecting it in the past decade, but not before that. So, yeah, we will see what the market will do overall. If you have questions, if you have suggestions for video content, please do post in the comments or send me a message. I'm really looking forward to hearing from you and to know what you like and what you dislike. I cannot guarantee that I will do everything the way you like it, but I'm open to suggestions. Also, when it comes to topics. And if you feel like supporting me, head to my Patreon page. It's in the description and you can donate there. I'm doing this for fun. And that's why I do not produce videos every whatever number of days. Just depends on my mood and what I feel. Hey, it's intuitive, so if I don't feel it, I don't do it. Wish you a beautiful day. See you in the next video. If you you disliked the video, you do this. If you liked it, thumbs up, share and subscribe. Also, check out my Patreon page. There you can support me and get access to exclusive content. Get more. Check it out in the link below. Hi. Yes, again a video. Yep. Suddenly 2 videos in a few days time. And it's not a positive one. I'm sorry. You already saw the title. Again, a fine for Boeing. And this time it was again because of breaking the rules when it comes to safety regulations. Like, subscribe and share. And you can call me a Boeing hater and it's fine. I hate the mentality at Boeing. Yes, true. It's a fucked up mentality. Proof? The fines. The amount of fines Boeing has been getting, which is really way too small. After all that happened, again this year, again, they try to totally ignore safety regulations. You almost wish now for a 787, because this time it was on the 787, yeah, of course, because they have nothing else they're producing. You almost wish for one full of passengers to crash and kill everyone just for Boeing to really get hammered hard. But it would be unfair to those people on board. But maybe what we need is the death penalty for the higher management of Boeing, those really responsible for all this shit. Because it's the higher management where the pressure starts. And of course the shareholders. But the shareholders will be punished because Boeing shares will collapse so badly that the shareholders will have no money left. So that's their punishment. And karma will get to them. But the Boeing management is the one that's putting the pressure. Pressure always comes from the top and goes down. So they can blame it on low-level manager or medium-level manager. No, it's the senior manager, the top management. All the presidents and vice presidents, whatever their titles are. The titles are as big as their egos because their dicks are this small. And they're only greedy and they only want more money. And so these people should be really punished very harshly to make an example out of them. What did Muhlenberg get? Nothing. It's not clear if he got or didn't get his 30 million, but he had his shares, which he could sell when retiring, when leaving the company. So he made a shitload of money anyway. And then always trying to blame it on the airlines because, yeah, they're from Southeast Asia and they're from Africa and the shithole countries. And I did research. And I will show you now on screen for the last 20 years. Who got the most fines from the FAA? And I also checked for Airbus. Well, no fines when it comes to safety. Couldn't find anything. And if you can find them, please put links in the comments. Because I searched. Nothing like Boeing. But it's interesting to see that top 10 list actually. Who's on there as well. And then you can see that it's a sick mentality. It's a mentality of greed, where it's all about the shareholders who are far away, who are never suffering any damages, who are only pushing for more money. So it's really funny what's happening now because a total reset is happening, and let's say one of the countries in the world that has been leading when it comes to this mentality of greed is gonna hit the harshest. That's always how it goes. There's an expression in Dutch that says that the tallest trees catch the most wind. Well, this time they will not just catch wind, but they will break. And they will break like not just the top, but like really low, like the whole tree will be gone. And we need really a change because it's unacceptable. It's really unacceptable. Because if you look at when the crimes were committed, February this year. This year, 2020. So clearly, they haven't learned anything from the previous fines, from the MAX, from KLM refusing to take delivery of their first 787-10 because it didn't match safety requirements. And long before that, when KLM also had to refuse the first 747-400 for exactly the same reasons. Delay, the first delivery delayed by multiple weeks. And then in the end, all the adjustments became a standard on the 747-400. So there's a history, a clear history of ignoring safety and regulations. And yes, Airbus also made mistakes. But as far as I can see, not on purpose. Not after already things came to light where there were things that were not okay and that had to be fixed. They wouldn't go round the bush and then start messing around again. Yeah, Airbus also got a fine, a huge fine, for the MRTT, the Airbus A330 multi-role transporter tanker, because they bribed some high military officials of some country so that they would buy the aircraft. And the fine was so big that it just slashed away, wiped away the whole profit margin. I believe they're even losing on that deal, which is good. It's well deserved, because corruption has to end. But corruption playing with lives? And it's not just the 737 MAX, it's not just the 787, but also the 767 multi-role transporter and tanker for the US military. Same problems. Debris in the fuel tanks and more crap. I mean, it's going nowhere. But with what's coming, I wouldn't be astonished that again one of my predictions would come out, would come true, and that Boeing will really shrink. And the duopoly that is there now in the world will transform into Airbus being the biggest by far, and then the Chinese and the Russians and the Brazilians together taking the other 50% of the market. Oh yeah, okay, Boeing will also be part of that 50%, but Boeing will go from 50% to, or whatever it is now, 45% to 15 maybe. They may still be bigger than Embraer, they may still be bigger than the Russians, than the, I don't know what it's called, the one who are building the Irkut. But the Chinese will surpass Boeing. That's clear. Because people will start to move away. The Chinese are fine-tuning their product. and they will deliver good quality, because in the end most of what we're buying, high-end quality shit, is manufactured in China. Apple phones, your iPhones, your iPads, all made in China. Samsung, same. Or whatever other brands. So yeah, I'm predicting that Boeing will really lose its might and its dominance in the world. And Boeing is not the only one who's going down that hill. More companies are going the same way, because they have been so corrupt, so sick from the inside, that they're so rotten that they will start to collapse. And yeah, the US government won't let Boeing collapse. Then the US government may be in the end the only customer left, because everyone else is like, yeah, why would I buy my aircraft from a company that's ignoring all those rules? I mean, do I want to have that reputation? My customers won't fly with me if I'm saying that I'm buying that shit. And hey, China can produce it cheaper. Hey, Airbus is giving me very good prices too. You may say, yeah, but Airbus cannot. Yes, Airbus can. It's very simple. Airbus will just keep expanding and building more facilities and just ramp up production and start pumping out in, let's say, 2025. They'll be pumping out 120 A320neos a month. Yep, they wanted to go to 60, you remember? And then Boeing as well. Well, they do 120, they do even 140 or 150 a month. They'll just expand their facilities. Even in the US. And so people will start to move from Seattle to Mobile, Alabama. Or even worse, Airbus will build a new facility in Seattle, so people don't need to move. People can just stay in the comfortable area, and instead of going to this building, they go to that building. And this is just the market effect. It's the free market effect, where people say, hey, why should I buy from that piece of shit if that one is less shitty or is actually good? So, those who call me Boeing haters, yes, I hate Boeing today, really, and I have good reason for it. So, this concludes the video for today. I hope there will be more positive news in the coming weeks, but this video I really had to make. See you at the next one. If you disliked the video, you do this. If you liked it, thumbs up, share and subscribe. Also, check out my Patreon page. There you can support me and get access to exclusive content. Get more. Check it out in the link below. Will Boeing get another blow, a big blow, this time by Northwest Airlines? Stay tuned. We will talk about what's going on and what are the chances. Will it become a race between the Boeing 737 MAX 7 and the Airbus A220-300? What are the chances for Boeing that they can win this one? Is Southwest Airlines willing to make a major change in its fleet? Will they break tradition, a long-lasting tradition for several decades, at the cost of Boeing? Like, subscribe and share. Hi, welcome to a new video of mine. Finally there is some news regarding an order, and not like an order has been cancelled again, delivery has been postponed again. No, this time it's about an order for 300 brand new 150 seat aircraft by, this time, Southwest Airlines. I don't know why I still have Northwest in my mind, but maybe because I saw a lot of Northwest Airlines DC-10s, 747s, and A330s, even I think 757s maybe, at Amsterdam Airport back in the days, and I really loved especially the last livery they had. Anyways, Southwest Airlines, known for having an old Boeing fleet, only 737s. They have the 700, the 800, I do not know if they have the 900, and they ordered the MAX 8, and now they're looking at replacing the aging 737-700s, and logically they would purchase the MAX 7, but they seem not to get through the negotiations with Boeing, GE and Safran. That's a problem. And if this doesn't get resolved soon, and it doesn't look like it's getting resolved, otherwise it wouldn't reach the news, then it could become a pitch between Boeing and Airbus, meaning a tender, meaning you start comparing the two. Which two, you would say? 737 MAX and the A220-300. You may say, yeah, but they're not exactly the same. Ah, that's true, but it's clear what Southwest wants. They want 150 seats, more or less, and they have a certain network. So there is a requirement for range. In this case, not a large range, but quite limited range. And so I will show you some technical data of both aircraft, and you will see how 737 is not going to cut it. And I'm not talking about the 737 is a 1950s design that has been upgraded and upgraded and upgraded. I'm not saying it's a bad aircraft, but it's difficult to compete against clean sheet aircraft. But that is not even the main reason. I mean, you could say that the A220, previously the C series, is a lighter aircraft because, yeah, more composites, new materials, okay, new technology. But aside from that, there's more. Actually, two very different aircraft. And we have seen how both American and Delta already decided to switch from Boeing 737-7 series to the A220. They even went as low as the A220-100. And there is good reason for this. It's about capacity, it's about the need for range, it's about the lightness, which means efficiency, and it can even mean paying less taxes at airports because the aircraft is lighter. So yeah, look at the figures. So required seating capacity 150 seats. If you look at both aircraft, we see that the 737 has a larger capacity, a much larger capacity. Basically it's a different category. 172 is closer to 180 than to 50. Where the Airbus A320-300 is really close. So on that point they win. When we look at the comfort of those passengers on board, we will see that the A220 winning again. Then we look at the empty weight, and that's what I mentioned already earlier. Newer technology, but also a smaller aircraft, and it's a difference which you will notice, especially with aircraft that are almost never on the ground, that are constantly in the air. You will notice a different consumption. And then the range. Many may say, hey, the 737 has a much better range. True, but I wouldn't say better, I would say larger range. Just look at what the Japanese airlines have done back in the think it was the 1980s, when they wanted high capacity short range. So domestic flights with huge capacity. Boeing adapted the 747-200 and later the 747-400 to have a shorter range, which meant they had less fuel tanks on board, which meant the aircraft was lighter. That was simply to save costs. So having all this capacity for the routes that Southwest has, no. Again, it's not a win. But I won't put it as a win for Airbus, because maybe in the future they could decide, because of whatever reason, new market opening, they could say like, yeah, we can use that little extra range. But for all the routes now, and I just checked it on Google Earth, no, it's plenty of range. Everything falls within the range of the Airbus. And then we have runway length, the required. And as you know, or as you may not know, you need more runway length for takeoff because of an emergency brake that you may have to do. And that is more than the minimum landing distance. So that's why I chose to only mention the takeoff length. And that one can actually be a breaker. For regional airports, it can be expensive to have a runway that is 200 or 210 meters in this case longer. So many runways are around 2000 meters. And here again, Airbus wins. These were the main important technical specifications that will determine the choice. At least first part of the choice. There's another factor, and that's the backlog. Boeing can be proud that they have a backlog of 3,243 aircraft at this moment. That is for the 737 MAX series. There is not like a production line for one or the other variant. It's just 737 MAX. And the same counts for the Airbus A220. And as you can see on the screen now, is that there's a big difference. A huge difference. Meaning, if they're not willing to wait for 5 years, or maybe I should say 7, because of all the delays of around 2 years now, which one would you choose? I mean, they can try to ramp up, but that's never going to work. Where Airbus actually has 2 production lines. Or do they already have 3? I think they have 2, just 2 for the A220. Because they have one in Mobile, Alabama, sorry. And they can ramp up and like really quickly deliver if needed. I mean, 300 aircraft, that's 60% more, out from the top of my head, 60% more orders for the A220, with a potential increase if they decide, and this could be a factor to go ahead and please Air France by developing the A220-500, which was already in the design of the C series, the 500 series. So this could mean that eventually Southwest would say, well, we love it so much, if you're coming with a 500 variant, we would like to have that one too. And that would mean a bigger shift towards Airbus. So this is really going to be painful. And yeah, most of you know that I'm generally an Airbus fan. Yeah, I'm from Europe. It's not the reason. I just do not like the mentality at Boeing, which changed when they took over McDonnell Douglas, and it It went from an engineering company building really solid aircraft to just a money-making machine. And we see again all these accusations about production lines, not just of the 737 but also of the 787 again. And then what they're doing, they're just looking how they can cut more costs by moving away out of Seattle towards, I forgot where, but to that other location where they can pay less because there is no union, which means they really don't give a shit about their employees. And what do you get when you don't give a shit about your employees? Your employees don't give a shit about you as a company. And that's why there have been so many delivery issues from the second plant, with even an entire ladder was forgotten in the tail of a 787. All the rubbish found in the fuel tanks of the 787. It's a disaster. I almost want to say it's a total disaster, but that's not, because they haven't yet stopped production. But if things keep going the way they're going, Boeing is going to keep losing. And yes, they lost a lot of money, so they need to cut costs where possible, or not, or they should actually change the way they do business and look at how can we make such a robust product, have such quality, that there will be no more fines, that there will be no more problems, not alone prevent crashes due to technical reasons, and then making it a no-brainer, like, oh, Boeing is so damn good, we'll pay extra just for a guarantee that we won't have any problems. Now it's the opposite, like, I'll pay more at Airbus, but at least I know my aircraft will be flying, will not dive into an ocean, will not be grounded, it will be flying. So I will be making money. And that little bit that I'm paying more now, or even on the maintenance maybe, it's worth it because I'm actually making money. And that's something that the management at Boeing is not looking at, because that's way too focused on the stock exchange and all the shareholders will make every year. And so it's not about the real profit, it's just about the shares. If the shares grow, the stock, the shareholders make money. And so coming back to this decision now, Southwest Airlines, I keep saying Northwest, Southwest Airlines will be looking at when can we get these aircraft, which will reduce our costs of maintenance, our running costs, fuel consumption, and yeah, the choice is going to be relatively simple. Even with having to retrain a lot of their pilots gradually, so it won't be like a huge problem, but even those costs may be worth switching from Boeing to Airbus, at least to replace the 737-700s. And like I said, in the future, it could mean that they would purchase the 500 variant as well. So let's see where this is going. Of course, I'm sure that Boeing will offer huge discounts just to keep Southwest on board, maybe even go as low as production cost, or even below that, with whatever financial construction they will come up with, just not to lose one of their biggest clients. Of course, Airbus could then start fighting then for unfair competition and stuff, just like what they did before with the C series, Boeing versus the C series. But still, in the end, Southwest will look at the long-term benefits, where Boeing has been looking at short-term. So much, in fact, that they actually started to lose long-term. So let's see where this goes. I will keep you updated if there's news, and I will probably record a short video or make a short live regarding another subject. There is some other news from another company that I would like to share with you. Sad news, but yeah, it's major. So stay tuned. Subscribe so you won't miss. Hit that bell icon. I do not upload that often, but it's an extra reason to hit that notification bell, because if I upload once a month, then at least that one time that I do upload, you will notice. See you soon. Have a wonderful day. If you disliked the video, you do this. If you liked it, thumbs up, share and subscribe. Also, check out my Patreon page. There you can support me and get access to exclusive content. Get more. Check it out in the link below. What could have been a success month after 2 years of 737 MAX grounding has turned out to be a disastrous month, with airworthiness directives being thrown at Boeing regarding the 737 next generation and the MAX, the 787, the 777-200, an issue with the 747-400, and of course we still have the 777X, which has issues, and the list goes on. And you could ask, what next? Like, subscribe and share. As you will see in this video, there have been multiple cases of airworthiness directives pointing at Boeing aircraft, incidents happening, reaching the news, all in this month of February of the year 2021. And you may ask yourself, why is this happening? Why is Boeing getting so badly hurt by so much negative news? And of course, not all incidents are the fault of Boeing. So after 2 years of grounding of the 737 MAX, the FAA has finally certified it, has approved all the changes in different areas, and they're starting to fly. And even in Europe, the 737 MAX has been approved again. And they started delivering again. So Boeing finally started to make some money. So everything seemed to be back on track. Boeing heading towards a year of maybe not per se profits, but at least much less losses. But then things started to happen. So before we start talking about what has been mainly in the news, which is the 777-200, we start with the 737, next generation and MAX. During inspections, cracks have been found around the doors, more specifically the lungs. This could result in further cracks or even complete failure of those lungs, which could lead to decompression, which of course is something you don't want to happen in midair. People will be sucked out, maybe even part of the frame could be ripped away, like what happened already before. So a great number of 737s from both the next generation and the MAX version will have to be inspected. Parts have to be replaced. This affects 1,075 aircraft of the 737 next generation and MAX in the US alone. Operators have to conduct these inspections before reaching 10,000 flight hours or within 5,000 flight cycles after January 24th of 2020. Another bad news regarding the 737 is that Southwest Airlines is seriously considering looking at the Airbus A220-300 to replace many of their aging 737s. We would be talking about an order of 300 aircraft. This would be a major blow to Boeing, as Southwest Airlines has been having an all Boeing fleet for the past decades. I recorded a whole video on this. You can click the little box in the top right of the image or the link in the description. Next we have what was mainly in the news, the 777-200. United Flight 328, which departed from Denver, Colorado on its way to Honolulu, Hawaii, suffered on the 20th of February 2021 an engine failure. It was the number 2 engine, which is on the right, and was officially called a contained engine failure. You may be astonished, just like I was at first. Contained engine failure? But the debris was spread over an area of more than 1 mile, 1.5 kilometers. We have seen how the engine looked like it was completely pulled apart. We have seen big, huge pieces of debris, one of which has landed straight on the doorstep of somebody's home. Yet contained? Well, officially yes. In practice, hell no. And I will get to that in a moment. Just for you to know, I will be linking in the description files, sites, videos with very in-depth technical explanations. This is for those who want to go really deep into the technical aspect of this. I'm just informing and trying to paint for you the bigger picture. So from what we can see on the pictures and also what's in the preliminary reports is that one of the main fan blades broke, which is most likely due to metal fatigue, and it cut straight through the engine intake ring. That is that big disc on the front of the engine. That's also what dropped on the doorstep of somebody's home. This resulted in simple aerodynamics. So at high speed, the wind, it feels like wind, but basically it's the air, but because the airplane is moving so fast, you get a wind pushing on the front of the engine. And if that ring, which is there for aerodynamic reasons, to let the air go either inside and the rest parallel to the engine, if that is missing, then the wind will push straight on whatever it's going to find, which is the engine coiling. So the outside of the engine, the beautiful round plates, but it will blow under it and then rip it off. And that's very normal that happens. And then those pieces damaged slightly the wing, damaged the belly of the aircraft, which seems not to be serious damage. The part that has been damaged is just an aerodynamic part, just there to make the airflow move smoothly around the part where the wing is connected to the aircraft body. And that is why when you look at the pictures, you see an engine that looked like it completely exploded, but it did not. Yes, there is a lot of damage, but it is technically a contained engine failure because the inside of the engine stayed on the inside, except for that one piece of blade that cut the engine coil. That's 99% sure because you can see that cut. So now there is an emergency airworthiness directive to inspect all the 777 aircraft with this specific engine type, which is the Pratt & Whitney 4000 series dash 112, which is 112-inch blade. Why, you may ask? Just one accident? Well, one accident could be enough, but this is not the first accident. It's the third with the 777. And if you count in the 747-400, then it's not the third, it's the fourth. Or maybe even fifth or sixth. I do not have the data on the 747s that have had the same engine failure. So the previous incidents were on December 2020, the Japan Airlines flight 904. On February 13th of 2018, United flight 1175, also en route to Honolulu, Hawaii, this time from San Francisco. And then the 747-400 that I mentioned, but I will go a little bit more in detail on that later, was on February 20th of the year 2020. So the same week. The directive states that all the engines will be shipped back to Pratt & Whitney for inspections, and more specifically for the inspections of the blades of the main engine fan, as there is a high suspicion of metal fatigue. I'm linking details in the description. You can read them at your convenience. One of the questions that arose was, why was there not a fuel dump? Could that 777 land safely, fully loaded as it was? Well, you all remember that the fuel dump happened last year with another aircraft that had engine issues, and we know what happened. I mean, it was above a residential area and people got skin injuries. And in this case, the checklists forbid this. If you have engine fire, you're not allowed to have a fuel dump. Simple. You don't want to have fuel vapors close to a fire, for obvious reasons. Also, the fuel dump slash the maximum landing weight is something of the past, something of older aircraft. Aircraft as recent as the 777 are able to have an extreme heavy landing, or officially is called an overweight landing, and therefore they have afterwards an overweight landing inspection. They will be looking at the flight data to assess how deep the inspection has to go, because depending on the speed and the weight, the damage could affect multiple parts and could be found much deeper, so the inspectors have to know where to look. But these modern aircraft are built to sustain a landing with a maximum takeoff weight, which means you take off, you have an engine failure during takeoff, you turn around and you land. Barely burn any fuel, so you're still fully loaded. That is technically possible and safe. I linked in the description to a video from the Blancolario channel where 777 First Officer Juan Brown explained this more in detail. Then, as I mentioned, the 747-400 BCF, a Logan tail aviation cargo aircraft that took off from Maastricht airport in the Netherlands on February 20th of this year, also having PW4000 series engines, just a different type, had a similar contained engine failure. Here also a lot of debris ended up on the ground, and unfortunately in this case injuring 2 bystanders. It is unclear at this point how many 747s with this specific engine type have had similar engine failure, but we can assume that because it's the same family of engines, that they have the same blade structure, the same material, so they may also have metal fatigue, and we will know very soon if there have been more cases and if also those engines will need to be immediately inspected. But this engine failure was recent and it looks like there haven't been so many yet. We could assume that because it's the same engine family, that they will also issue an airworthiness directive. Then, our big friend, the 787, again in the news, again with safety issues. This time, over 200 787s will be ordered to have regular inspections. This is a result of reports of multiple incidents where the front and the aft cargo area bay may have disengaged or torn decompression panels. If damage is found, these panels will need to be replaced or reinstalled. These panels prevent fire from dispersing if there is fire in one of the cargo bays. If these panels are incorrectly placed or they're torn, the fire could disperse easily, and the halo used to extinguish the fire would not be sufficient to kill the fire. And this would mean that the whole cargo bay could get on fire, and thus the whole airplane could come down. So this is a very serious safety issue, and not the first. And there's another case where a Boeing was involved in a dangerous situation which was a Boeing 757-200 BCF from DHL, which had on February 13th of this year the main cargo bay door opening after takeoff. You may wonder how dangerous it is. Well, especially with a BCF, there is reinforcement when such a door is placed, when the hole is being cut, but the aircraft is not made to have the door open with either a lot of wind when being parked on the ground, definitely not in flight, because that would mean an extremely strong wind pushing on it and it could rip off the door, but with it part of the fuselage, which could literally break the aircraft in half. The investigation is still ongoing, and this is most probably not the fault of Boeing, but it's again Boeing being negatively in the news this month. And last but not least, I wanted to mention something. Duct tape! And you see the picture and people make these jokes, but actually a lot of people really believe that they're using duct tape to fix airplanes, and that's why they're coming down. Well, it's not duct tape, it's speed tape. It's much more expensive, it's very special tape, and is used in very specific cases. We'll link in the description under speed tape a video from Mentor Aviation where the captain explains in great detail what it's used for, when it's used, and what the characteristics are. This concludes the video of today. You may say I've been ranting on about Boeing, but let's be honest, there has been happening way too much for the last few decades, and the fact is that the truth always comes to the surface. It may take a few decades, like with Boeing, they got away with all their misleading tactics, but it's not possible to hide anymore. And don't worry, Airbus also got a big hit. They got an enormous fine to pay after they bribed some generals to sell their A330 tanker. The fine was so high that they lost their whole profit and probably even more on that deal. So it's not just Boeing, and I mentioned this in a previous video already. But corruption and mismanagement in aviation often leads to injury and sometimes horrible fatalities. Each death is one too much. Hundreds of deaths is unacceptable. And yet, even after having had hundreds of deaths on his conscience, Boeing is still cutting corners. Boeing is still doing one thing and one thing only: saving money where possible, still lying, still hiding facts. The whole move away from Seattle to that other facility, where facts have shown that the 787s delivered from there, almost all of them had technical issues. Almost all of them were refused by the airlines and had first to be repaired. Errors had to be rectified before they were accepted by the airlines. And yet, the whole production of the 787 is being moved there because there are no unions, so they can save a lot of money on the labor costs. But the quality of the products coming out of that factory is much lower, is beneath the legal standards. Yet they're still moving there because they're just focusing on saving money, on making more profit for the shareholders. I hope that the next video will be more cheerful, will be about some positive things, maybe a deal going through, like Southwest Airlines ordering the 300 aircraft either from Boeing or from Airbus. We will see. I made a video already on this. This is in the pipeline. And I wish you a wonderful day. If you disliked the video, you do this. If you liked it, thumbs up, share and subscribe. Also, check out my Patreon page. There you can support me and get access to exclusive content. Get more. Check it out in the link below.
Hi everyone. I have been quite busy lately, and that's why I haven't been able to record and edit and upload new videos. A lot has been happening in the industry, and today I saw a post and I decided to make a short video just for you to get some news, some positive news, which is about KLM, part of the Air France KLM group. The sponsor of today's video is intuitive.me. Personal development, personal growth, business efficiency improvement. More about this at the end of the video.
Like, subscribe and share.
Earlier this year, KLM published a tender to replace the Boeing 737 next generation. They have the 700, 800 and 900 ER, and they need replacement as they're aging. Airbus has been the first to submit an offer, which will include the Airbus A321neo. And the question is, what will KLM do? There are many things at play here, and I will dive deeper into this in detail now. They expect that there will be a decision made very soon, maybe even as early as this week. If that would happen, I will keep you posted. We all know that Air France, part of the same group, has already made the full switch to the A320s and they don't have 737s anymore. KLM has kept purchasing Boeings. So when we're talking about a long-range aircraft that was not too big, Air France took the A350, KLM took the 787. So the question is, what will KLM do? There is, of course, a factor that plays a role, which is that KLM is an official maintenance company for Boeing aircraft. And if they would switch to the A320, they would have to either switch this as well or re-educate all their employees, which would cost a lot of money. The question is, does Airbus want to pay for this? With all the orders Airbus has, it could make sense for Airbus to have also KLM making that shift, to have more hands available to do maintenance on all the A320neos, 21neos, 21 LRs and XLRs that are being ordered and will be delivered in the coming years. So I believe there is more involved than just which aircraft to take. Do our pilots need training? And we all know for the MAX they will need simulator training, but it will cost more time and money to switch from 737 next generation to the A320neo family. Knowing that KLM has ordered a 737 next generation 700 for the Dutch government could mean that they already had decided to stick with Boeing. The reason is that they want to have pilots available at any time to fly the corporate jet for the government, the BB jet, or for the royal family. The King is still an active pilot with KLM. Part-time, of course, but to keep his license active. He often flies the government aircraft when he's going somewhere. He loves flying. He's just like us. He loves aviation. So this could be a sign that the decision has already been made a few years ago when they ordered this aircraft. And I will put now up in the top right a link to this video, and I will also put it in the description. It's called News KLM Ups and Firms Order for Embraer and More. Because towards the end of the video, at around minute 3:30, 3:40, there I discuss this subject. So let's see what will happen in the coming weeks or maybe months, but let's hope it's the coming days. So we'll see what will happen and what the deal will include. I'll keep you posted. For now, I wish you a wonderful day wherever you are in the world. Breaking news! After more than 35 years of Boeing 737s, KLM is switching to the Airbus A320neo family. Controversial order, major change, a blow to Boeing, and a new chapter for KLM.
Like, subscribe, and share.
This video is sponsored by intuitive.me. More about this at the end of the video, or click the link in the description. The Air France KLM Group, and more specifically KLM itself and Transavia Netherlands, have announced that they will be purchasing 100 of the A320neo family aircraft from Airbus, with options for another 60. In a video earlier this week, I already talked about the offer that Airbus had presented as a response to the tender of KLM, and I elaborated on the different reasons why KLM would shift, and especially why they would not shift. All the financial and practical reasons for not making the shift from Boeing to Airbus but ordering the 737 MAX series. Click the link in the description to hear more about everything that KLM could encounter if they would make the shift, and why it was not so likely that they would do. But hey, here we are now. Airbus came with an offer that KLM could not refuse. One reason that I didn't discuss in the previous video, and that played an important role here, I believe, is that Air France has been flying the A320 since the beginning of the A320 family. And having one type of aircraft across the whole group means better pricing when ordering. It means more efficiency when it comes to exchanging pilots, when it comes to maintenance, training of personnel, which includes the pilots, the flight attendants, and the ground crew. Another reason that I didn't discuss is the dissatisfaction of KLM with the quality of the Boeing aircraft nowadays. KLM has been repeatedly postponing deliveries of the 787-10 series as they have come across many issues, including finding all kind of garbage within fuel tanks. I've discussed this already some time ago. Even a whole ladder was found within the tail of one of the aircraft, and all other kinds of issues with the 787 that you already know about. And there's a reason why deliveries of the aircraft in general have been really slow or even halted again. And then of course we have all the issues with the MAX, having all these delays. So ordering the MAX would mean that KLM would have to continue flying their very aging fleet of 737 next generations for another 5 years at least, where clearly they got some early slots from Airbus, as they have been able to agree on deliveries starting within less than 2 years in 2023. Yes, we are in 2021 now, but 2021 is basically over, so in a year and a little bit, they will already start to get the new aircraft. This doesn't mean that they will already be flying them from January or February 2022. I mean, flying them with passengers, because they will need to start retraining the crew. The current situation, the crisis in the world, especially in the aviation industry, could have played a role here for the shift. As KLM is not utilizing all their staff at this moment, training is easy to do now, because both the flight attendants and the pilots can go into simulators now without affecting their schedules. And this is what healthy companies do in times of crisis. When business is slow, that is the time to invest in your personnel. That is the time to educate your people. That's the time to train your people. And this is clearly what KLM is doing. They're not just jumping on a beautiful order from Airbus, because yes, Airbus will have given them a very nice price to make the shift, including most probably simulator time as well, but it's also about what is doable. Not to affect your schedule, not to have a lack of personnel when it comes to flying your aircraft. At the same time, this is a major blow to Boeing, because KLM has been flying the Boeing 737 since 1986. Starting with the 737-300 at the time, somehow a few 200s, the 400 series, and then later on the next generation, the ones they're flying now. And if you would look at Boeing and say, hey, but Boeing is not just Boeing, it was also McDonnell Douglas. Well, even before McDonnell Douglas, when it was just Douglas, KLM was already flying them. And I'm talking 1934, starting with the DC-2, later DC-3, DC-4, DC-5, 6, 6A, 6B, 7C, my favorite, the DC-8, 63, also called the Super DC-8, an amazing aircraft that I had the pleasure to fly twice with an amazing bumpy landing once. Everyone was scared and I just loved it, how the pilot dropped the aircraft with extremely high speed and we jumped up and yeah, we had a few bumps before we really had grip. Then the DC-9 30s series, before that, the DC-9 10 series from 1966 and from 1967, the DC-9 30 and 30C. And then those were replaced by the 737s. So if you include Douglas, then KLM has been a very, very, very loyal customer to Boeing. And now the only Boeings left in their fleet are the 777s, 200 and 300 ER, the 787-9 and the 787-10s, and they still have a few of these on order. If I recollect correctly, 10 of them are on order. And of course they have 2 or 3 747s, 400 freighters. They did make the choice a few years back to only purchase the 787, where Air France chose the A350. They had actually both of them on order, and then in the end they shuffled things around and all the 787s went to KLM and all the A350s went to Air France, because they both had ordered both brands, but then they decided to keep it simple and have the KLM pilots only flying 787s and the Air France pilots only flying the A350. Looking at where we stand today, they may regret this decision, KLM, because of all the issues with the 787, although the A350 also has some issues at the moment, but they're not as major and they're not leading to groundings. I'm not talking about Qatar Airways, which is just trying to get Airbus to pay for the damages of the pandemic. That's a totally other story, because the paint, according to the European Safety Agency, is more of a cosmetic issue than a safety issue. Aside from that, it looks like KLM is making a shift. They already decided on ordering the Embraer 195 E2 series to replace the current Embraer aircraft. This order had been placed last year, and I have a video about that too. You can find it in the description. And the question is, what will they do with the 787s? Will they keep them? Will they keep going on with the issues? Or will they say at a certain moment, okay, screw it, we're going to shift. We're going to dump them somewhere on the market, sell them to a leasing company, or giving them back to the leasing company, because I'm not sure actually KLM bought them, but is leasing them. So we will see. Little bonus. I thank you for your attention today. It looks like there will be more orders coming in, that the market is finally picking up after almost 2 years of darkness and bad news and only shutdowns, cuts, bankruptcies, groundings. You will probably see more videos from me coming, because I like to talk about the fun stuff. The Qantas deal. Did Qantas just put yet another nail in Boeing's coffin by ordering the Airbus A321XLR and the A220-300 to replace over the coming 10 years the 75 Boeing 737s and the 20 717s of both Qantas and Qantas Link?
Like, subscribe and share.
The sponsor of today's video is intuitive.me. Personal development, personal growth, business efficiency improvement. More about this at the end of the video.
On Thursday, the 16th of December 2021, Qantas announced the order of 20 Airbus A321XLR and 20 Airbus A220-300 jets, with an option for additional 94 aircraft. This order comes as a shock within the airline industry for some, and as a very logical step for others.
The Boeing 737 MAX has been plagued with many issues. Many of them still need to be tackled, as the FAA has ordered Boeing to make new changes in the past few months. And Airbus is just pushing forward with aircraft that seem to have no major issues at all, like the A321XLR, A321LR, A320neo, the A321neo, the A220-100, the A220-300. Some of them have had some issues at the start, but at this moment they're just flying flawlessly mainly. And this is causing a shift in the industry. Airlines don't want issues. Airlines want reliable aircraft. And with all the quality issues at Boeing at this moment, which is on top of errors in design, customers are turning to Airbus. And Airbus is ramping up production. Airbus is opening a brand new facility for the Airbus A321XLR. I mean, brand new. They are restructuring the Airbus A380 facilities, and they probably will expand other facilities as the demand for the A320neo family is enormous. Over 7,000 aircraft compared to only 4,000 of the Boeing 737 MAX family. These numbers alone show you that Boeing has lost this battle. And this is not just airlines canceling Boeing orders and replacing them with Airbus orders. Doing that is even a bigger step because these airlines have already paid a down payment when placing the order. So they're willing to lose that money and then buy the Airbus instead. But we're now talking about major airlines that have considerably large Boeing fleets. I'm talking mainly about the 737 now, who are, after 10, 20, 30, sometimes 40 years of loyal Boeing 737 customers, switching to Airbus. That's a clear sign that Boeing has lost its game. Boeing is unable to convince customers at this moment, loyal customers, to stay with them. I'm not talking about smaller companies that can get convinced with some extra discounts. I'm talking about companies who are big, who are relying on their fleet to be always operational. These companies are making the shift. And it's not just companies within Europe at this moment. You could say, Europe, so it's the home base of Airbus, especially Air France, who made the shift already many years ago. You could say, but it's France, huh? It's domestic production, so their bias. No, I'm talking about now companies that have always been Boeing allies, that are literally in the Boeing backyard, who are saying, I'll shift. I'll make the change because safety first. This is definitely something you will never hear at Boeing at this moment. I mean, for the past 5 years, at least, safety first was not something you would hear anywhere within Boeing. At least not in the top management, not even the middle management. And that's the reason why companies are shifting. So, how many more nails will be put in the coffin before the burial? That's an interesting question, I think. And by the burial, I mean Boeing announcing a clean sheet 737 replacement. And I've talked about this in a previous video where I talked about what the future aircraft would be. And Embraer was supposed to play a role in this. But then, hey, that deal went south, blaming each other. Well, it's clear it had to do with the MAX crisis. And it's not sure at this moment if Embraer actually wants to join Boeing again, wants to merge with Boeing. Money or no money. Because with Boeing's reputation at this moment, they would be putting nails in their own coffin. So the question is, what will Boeing do? What can Boeing actually do? That's a better question. Back in the 80s, they launched the 757 and the 767 in parallel, and the 777 shortly after that. But today, Boeing actually needs to replace the 737 and have an aircraft that can also compete on the middle of the market, but also the lower end. I mean, what Airbus has been doing with the A220, A320, and A321 is covering a big part of the market. And you cannot do that with just one aircraft type. You need to have at least two. And what we're seeing now, if Airbus is going to replace the A320, they will most probably skip the A320 and just focus on A321 and the so-called A322 and make a replacement for that. And let the A220 with the A220-500, for example, cover the A320 market, and then later make a clean sheet aircraft for the A220. And is Boeing able to actually do this today? To design two aircraft, one of them being a direct competitor of the A220, the A320, and then one that is competing with the A321 XLR and a little bit larger than that. Can they do that? Is anyone willing to put money in Boeing at this moment? With their stocks being so low, nobody having faith in them, and like I said in the previous video, who actually would want to invest today in Boeing? Whoever trusts them to say, hey, I'll put my money there because I know I'll get return on investment. Most people won't. For this to change, Boeing needs to change from within. Not with promises, not with blah, 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 blah. No, with actions. Changing their mentality, changing the strategy, putting safety first, quality first. Let's say safety first, quality second, and money last. And in between those, employees. Because if these four aspects are not properly aligned, Boeing will fail. Looking at Airbus, how often have you heard about strikes at Airbus facilities? How often have you heard about employees being dissatisfied at Airbus? Yes, there have been issues, but has Airbus been squeezing their employees like Boeing has been doing? Moving around factories just to not have syndicates involved, representation of the employees? Boeing has been doing everything to just mistreat and abuse their employees, going to the minimum of the letter of the law, which is unethical. And this, on top of other issues with mentalities, has led to this huge crisis where Boeing is. And because the management hasn't changed, yes, Muhlenberg, he left. Yeah, he was the scapegoat. But then most of the rest just stayed. So Boeing actually didn't change. The people in charge, who were in charge during the MAX crisis, are still in charge today. Muhlenberg was just one of them. He was not the real boss. The ones who were really in charge and pushed him are the ones who are still in charge today. That's a true issue at Boeing. And it's part of what's going on in the world now. If you have been following my other channel, you probably know that I've been talking a lot about changes happening. And one of the changes is that people are slowly waking up and lies are coming to the surface. The issues at Boeing is just an example of that. They have been hiding a lot for many years, but it has all been coming to the surface. That's why Boeing is suffering now. It's not new what's going on at Boeing. It has been going on for at least a decade now, but it's coming to the surface because people do not accept the crap anymore. And this you will see in many industries. That's why there are so many corporations that are starting to fail today. So the question is, how smart are they really at Boeing? Or will we see Boeing fall apart? Because the way it looks now, Boeing Defense and Space are doing okay. Mainly defense. Space is struggling because SpaceX is kicking their butts as well. But Boeing commercial aircraft, they could choose to just dissolve it because it's not making any profit at all. It's only making huge losses. So in many other cases, a large company would just dump the division that's not profitable. But there is some American pride involved, and so Congress may not allow that. But from a business perspective, they would love to sell it to the Chinese, and the Chinese would love to buy it. But I guess for now, that wouldn't be really possible. Although with the political changes in the US, it could still be possible. As China has been buying up so much already in the US, they may in the end buy Boeing commercial aircraft and then keep part of it in the US, but migrate big part of the technology to China, and then we'll start to see more Chinese aircraft emerging, which could be interesting for the market. Time will tell. See you in the next video. So, the sponsor of parts falling off aircraft, explosions, deaths, injuries, accidents, pieces letting loose, metal shrapnel found in fuel tanks. All these things are avoidable, can easily be prevented if something changes in the market. If money does not come first, second, and third, but quality and safety become the priority, and everyone agrees to that, then flying can become safe again. Many issues will be prevented, losses will be prevented, both financially and of life. Actually, we would live in a much nicer world. But for that, a lot is needed. And I hope that my video will start a discussion, that other people will do the same, and that the industry will get a sense of, hey, maybe we should change something, because this discussion has sparked in many parts of the world, and we really have to change something. Maybe people will start to wake up. That is my goal of this video.
Like, subscribe, and share.
The sponsor of today's video is intuitive.me. Personal development, personal growth, business efficiency improvement. More about this at the end of the video. Hi. Today is the 1st of January 2022. I wish I could have made a more fun video today, but I really felt to do this one. And fun fact is that I just saw, and I will link in the description to it, a video on IT of the past year. And I feel they're very related because they're basically the same things. Okay, people didn't die, but the kind of failures that happened did happen for the exact same reasons as in the aviation industry. And it's not just about this year. I'm talking about we're now 2 decades into the 21st century. We have around 7 decades of experience with jetliners, with high altitude, with pressurization, developing new technologies, testing them, and so on. We have grown in our experience. We have grown in our technology, in our capabilities of testing, of predicting, and have enough experience to know that in certain cases we need extensive testing to make sure that things are safe. Just like we know that we need to have always at least one backup, but sometimes also a backup for the backup. And here I refer to, for example, the speed sensors on the 737 MAX. How the hell could they in 2018, even 16 or 17, design a system that's only reading from one sensor? Well, you have two sensors on the aircraft. That goes against everything we've learned in the past 7 decades. And for me, that is not an error. That is just plain ignorance, not giving a shit. And the people who signed off on this, for me, they could get the death penalty because they're responsible for 346 deaths. One person could make the error forget, but somebody's checking. And then somebody else is checking again. And there's certification. And in this process, several people saw this and nobody bothered to do something about it. And maybe somebody said something about it, but then his bosses didn't bother. And this is just a very simple example. The same applies to engines. On the A320neo, all the issues we had, not with just one engine type, but with two. How is this possible? That not just before delivery, but even after delivery, there are still issues. Don't we know how to test? Don't we know how to design? Don't we know how to prevent this? Yes, we do. But people are not doing their jobs because money rules. So, hurry, hurry, hurry. Deliver quickly. Deadlines. The same thing for the batteries of the 787. Seriously, catching fire? That could have been prevented so easily, simply by testing. Not just by the supplier, also by Boeing, because in the end, when I buy an aircraft, I don't buy from the supplier, I buy from Boeing. And Boeing is telling me, here is a good aircraft. So Boeing is ultimately responsible. Boeing is the one choosing the suppliers. Boeing is the one supposed to vet them. Boeing is using those parts, putting it in its aircraft, and is selling it to me and saying, hey, here's a good aircraft. It's the best aircraft on the market. So Boeing is responsible. Boeing can go and pick a fight with a supplier. That's totally okay. But in the end, Boeing is the one who handed over the keys. I don't think they're really keys for aircraft, but you get it. Because you don't care about which company designed a certain part in your car. You go to the dealer and the dealer tells you, this is a good car. I'm not even talking about you going to the manufacturer, the dealer. So you blame the dealer. You say, hey, dealer, you sold me a car which is not as good as you said. So you will not trust the dealer anymore, and probably the manufacturer. And you will probably never know who was the one who actually built that part that failed. And then we had the engines of 787, but again, engines. And it's not like we developing engines just now, we just started doing that. No, we've been doing that for a century, developing engines. So testing them properly should be possible, right? Taking the time to actually do all the necessary testing. I'm not even talking about quality issues like KLM refusing the delivery of their first 787-10, or the second one because there were so many things wrong with it. There was a banged up job, like people really didn't care or didn't have the time to care, or they just had fired at Boeing the guy who was supposed to inspect the aircraft before it's being delivered. That was postponed by several weeks. And this is not something new. This happened already in the 1980s. I think in 1989, when KLM received the first 747-400, that delivery was postponed by 2 to 3 months for the same reasons. Because things were not as agreed on. And the A330neo, the A330 was a great aircraft. Everyone agrees on that. But the 330neo had issues with the engines again. Then we have, very recently, the A350 with its copper foil. And for those who don't know, I will look up and link in the description a video where somebody explains in detail what the copper foil is for, but in short, it's a protective layer that makes sure that the aircraft is conductive for electricity. So when lightning hits the aircraft, it can go through the aircraft and go down to the earth. If critical parts of the aircraft are not conductive, the energy will build up in there, create a fire, and if that happens to be a fuel tank, kaboom, end of story. And the start of a new, big story. Few hundred deaths, blah, 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 blah. We all know what the tabloids would write. Here also, we're talking about designing something new, which is okay, but then rushing the job. This can only be about rushing the job, because Airbus is not known for making this kind of mistakes. But the A350 was a rush job, because first they thought they could create an A330neo to compete with the 787. And it took them, I don't know how long before finally they decide, okay, clean sheet aircraft. And then they had to hurry up because customers were not willing to wait too long, or they would choose the 787. And so this copper foil is an issue. Is an issue of not having the job done properly, not having tested enough to know what kind of mistakes can be made, so they also know what to look for. And this could result today in having to recall the aircraft and replacing either the entire aircraft or cutting it open. I mean, dismantling the sections that are not good and replacing them with new sections if it's not possible to just reapply the foil. Whatever they're going to do, it's going to cost a lot of time and a lot of money. Plus, they need to change the manufacturing, the part where they apply the foil. Techniques, methods, duration, whatever it's going to be, they need to change that. And I'm not talking about the paint, because I believe that the paint issue is just a result from the foil not sticking properly to the hole. And if the foil is not sticking, then the paint will come off. If the foil is moving, the paint will break. Unless they really have two issues. And I think that the paint is the least of the concerns now for Airbus. But the foil is really an issue. And if they need to recall 400 plus aircraft that I've built, that's going to be a real disaster. I mean, we could be looking at groundings like the 737 MAX until the manufacturing process has been adapted. Because we're talking here about a major safety issue. So, is Airbus going the way Boeing went? Is Airbus gonna have the same consequences? Okay, it's not their main selling aircraft, but still, they have plenty of orders left for this one, and yeah, it's a cash cow. Also with the URL that is coming out for Project Sunrise. Yes, ULR, sorry. So why is all this happening? Because money first. Because shareholders today are not owning companies. Shareholders today are on the stock exchange playing with stocks. And they make money when the value of the stocks is moving. Not only when it's rising, also when it's dropping, because they can play and have these kind of options they can buy. It's basically gambling. So for some people, it doesn't matter if the value goes up or the value goes down. And you can find plenty online on how you can make money when the market crashes or a certain product on the market is crashing. Shareholders just want to make money today, quick money. And they don't care about the well-being of the company, because if one company goes bankrupt, they just move the money to another company and they'll see it coming, the bankruptcy, so they'll pull out in time. And those people who really have the big money, they're almost never the ones losing. It's always the little ones who do not know what's going on, who do not have inside information, who do not have the knowledge to see what's really going on in the market, and they're the ones losing. But the real shareholders, they don't give a shit about the company or the product or its people. That's why Boeing is in such trouble at this moment, because the quality has been under pressure and has been degrading. Safety has been degrading. Employee satisfaction has been degrading, because they try to pay the least possible. They'll even move all the work to other factories in other states because the laws permit them to pay less, or not to have unions representing the employees. And it's all about how can we generate the most profit for the shareholders. And you see this not only in aviation, but you see this everywhere, where profit comes first, second, and third, and then quality and safety come fourth and fifth, and employees maybe sixth, or don't even come at all on the list. You see how things are degrading. You see issues The computer industry, we had power supplies catching fire or exploding, motherboards catching fire, even monitors catching fire. It's insane. It's really insane. So when will things start to change? When will people wake up? When will we stop all this bullshit? Companies should not look at the letter of the law, but should look at what can they do? How can they make the best possible product? And then the buyers should also be looking at how can we buy the best product, not the cheapest. Everyone within the industry should look at quality and safety before price. This includes you and I when booking a ticket. If you want to fly low cost, then we should not expect high quality. That's a simple fact. You cannot keep cutting costs and still keeping safety and quality at the right level. So we, the customers, then the airlines, then the manufacturers, and the suppliers, we all should raise our ethical standards. And if the law says you need to have this, and then we discover when producing something like, actually we can make it better. And we say, hey, lawmaker, maybe it's time to change the law because we found a flaw within the law that could still cause this and that and that. So we suggest that the new standard will be here, much higher. And then they show how. And then the lawmakers can say, thank you, and they raise the bar. Not that lawmakers wait till there is an accident and they say, you need to improve something. And then lawyers get involved and it's all about, but we followed the law. So we cannot be sued for people dying. Well, you should be sued, prosecuted, convicted, and your life should be terminated for having killed those people because you are so fucking greedy. Yes, harsh words, and I mean them, and I stand by them. If 5 members of the executive board of Boeing would be condemned to death and executed, I guarantee you things will change in the market. People will not play with other people's lives just for money when they know that it could cost them their own lives. And all the bonuses they got should be taken back. Even if they would have given it already away to family members, it should all be taken away from them and their family members, so that they also know that their loved ones will also have nothing left to live from, if they even care about their loved ones. A mentality change is needed. So I hope that this will spark a discussion amongst enthusiasts and maybe also within the industry. People will start to wake up and say, hey, we really need to change something because it doesn't make sense. All these issues that I've mentioned and many more, they could all have been prevented if not for greed. I promise you the next video will be more fun. I thank you for listening and I wish you a wonderful day and a beautiful year.
Hi, welcome to a new video of mine. In today's video I'm going to talk about the situation at Boeing in April 2022.
The sponsor of today's video is intuitive.me. Personal development, personal growth, business efficiency improvement. More about this at the end of the video.
Like, subscribe and share. I recorded this video already and I decided no, I will change a few things. I went in depth in details and it was half an hour. And I believe most of you will not be in the mood to listen for half an hour. Also because simply I'm unable to find video footage of Boeing, of modern current Boeing aircraft. It's very difficult to find. Boeing is not making it available like Airbus. If you guys do have sources for videos that can be used legally on YouTube, please send me the links
I would love to use them. But let's dive into Boeing. So the situation at this moment is that the 737 MAX is being produced, delivered, and the 787 deliveries have been halted for a year now. And the 777X is having issues. Certification is being delayed, and that also has a consequence for deliveries, where it's not really clear if Boeing is not doing an effort to get the certification done and start the real production, or if it's really due to the issues and that Boeing can really not accelerate the process. Where Boeing is doing its best to accelerate the process of certification is 737 MAX 10. And the reason Boeing is doing this is because somewhere at the end of December, the end of this year, the law will change, the rules will change. And if Boeing certifies the MAX 10 before that date, it can certify the same way it certified the MAX 7, 8, and 9. After that date, new safety regulations will be in place. And Boeing is doing everything it can and is even asking for permission to certify past that date, not to have to upgrade the aircraft, not to have to improve the safety measurements. So here's my opinion on this. We have had 2 horrible crashes due to negligence, mismanagement, corruption, deception, greed, manipulation. And there has been no real punishment. Yeah, a few billion fine, not to be prosecuted. Well, they should have been prosecuted. A CEO was fired who was not even really in charge of the company. And the chief test pilot was blamed for everything. But then the courts have freed him from being the only one who made mistakes and the sole responsible for the deaths and the crashes and the whole fiasco. Prosecutors even tried to force a gag order on the chief pilot so that he could not defend himself, so that he could not speak in court about what he did not do, and bring proof to the court to prove his innocence. I'm not saying to prove that he did not do anything wrong, but to prove that he was not the one who by himself caused all the issues. That is show you that the whole story is stinking. It's still a shit show. And the fact that Boeing is doing its best not to certify the MAX 10 at the new level of safety that will be implemented tells you that the mentality hasn't changed and that Boeing doesn't want to take the opportunity and to say, hey, our MAX 10 will be according to the new standards, will be even safer than the other aircraft, will be safer than the A320 Neo, because that one has been certified before these changes. No, at Boeing, they still try to cut costs. And anyway, the MAX is already a fiasco financially because it was sold based on the promise that simulation time was not required for pilots to make the transition from the next generation 737 to the MAX. And we're already starting to see the consequences of all the mismanagement that has been taking place, and that there is no change at Boeing, no real fundamental change in policy. The consequences are that an airline like KLM, who has been a loyal Boeing customer for the single aisle segment, they started with the 737-300 and the 400, and then they went to the next generation, the 700, the 800, and the 900. And before that, they had the McDonnell Douglas DC-9 and the DC-8. And McDonnell Douglas is Boeing now, so they have been loyal for close to 50 years, if not more. Actually, more than 50 years. And they have decided to pay for the recertification of all their pilots, because they have a big Boeing fleet of 737s, also Transavia, by the way, and to take all those additional costs, which means paying for simulator time and to compensate for the non-availability of the pilots, and to switch to the Airbus A320neo family. They never intended to do this, because just a few years ago they purchased the BB-Jet 700, 737-700 for the government. And that was done so that they would have always pilots available. If they would have had an Airbus fleet, or the intention to have an Airbus fleet, they would have ordered the A319 Neo or CO, but they didn't. They ordered the 737-700. Their goal was to keep flying 737s. So now they're going to make a transition to the Airbus, which means that they will have one aircraft that will be still Boeing. So either they will try to get rid of it and buy an Airbus business jet, or they will need to keep a certain number of pilots certified also on the Boeing 737, which will be difficult and costly. And another proof that Boeing is messing up is that they haven't been delivering 787s for a year now. And it's not like some people were telling me in the comments in my previous video that, yeah, but it's a new aircraft, new technology. No, these are not issues with new technology. Issues with new technology, that can happen. It's not great, but it's acceptable. It's inherent to coming with new technology, developing them, and they need to mature these technologies. We've had the battery issues. Although the battery issues, they could have gone with a different type of batteries, the nickel-cadmium batteries, and they would not have had the problem. Would have been cheaper, and they would not have had the safety issues. Also, the paint issues on the wings, which is the same category, I believe, of the issues that Airbus has with the A350, where it's on the whole fuselage that the paint is detaching, or I should say the mesh is detaching from the fuselage, and that's why the paint is also detaching. Those are technological issues. Technology needs to mature here. It's not great. Till now, it has not been considered a safety concern by the major aviation regulators. I honestly do not believe, or I do believe that the fact that the Qatari safety regulators are calling it a safety issue is because it's a political game, it's a financial game, and they just want to support Qatar Airways. And I fully understand that Qatar Airways is mad because They're about excellence. And if you're going to fly Qatar, you expect excellence, perfection, and not an aircraft where the paint is just dropping off. You can expect that from a low-cost carrier maybe, but not when you go into the luxurious aircrafts of Qatar. And so I understand that they're mad. But the issues with the 787, the real issues are with quality. Quality upon delivery. And I'm talking about all the rubbish that's left in the aircraft, in different sections of the aircraft. And some of it can cause fire within the fuel tanks. Others are in the cabin, things that are not well installed, bolts that are not properly screwed, all kinds of crap that has to do with quality, that has to do with management, mismanagement, because they're cutting costs. So the work pressure is high on the employees on the bottom end, those doing the work physically. They're earning peanuts. They don't have unions to protect them because Boeing has been moving its factories around so that there is no possibility for union. They have been disencouraging union membership. They have been doing everything they could to just cut costs everywhere, cut corners. And this is leading to bad reputation. And Boeing got many hits of reputation in the media. And people have been saying, I do not want to fly Boeing anymore. And certain airlines are sensitive to this. And so what you will see is if airlines have a choice and they have an Airbus product, an Embraer product, and a Boeing product at relatively the same price, they will not go Boeing. They will go either Airbus or Embraer. And this you will start to see, or you're already seeing it, but you will keep seeing it in the coming 10 years. The results of this mismanagement, because it was not just an incident. Even if you take the MAX issue, MCAS issue, we consider it one problem, although it is a combination of problems, but let's say that is one problem. They didn't resolve it. Yes, they fixed MCAS, but they didn't resolve the bad mentality. They didn't resolve the cutting corners. And that is the main problem of Boeing at this moment. And that is what will cost Boeing millions, if not billions, in the coming 10 years. It's already costing Boeing a lot of money now. They can still blame it on COVID, but it's not that. Airlines start to make choices. And if they can afford it, they will switch. Yes, certain airlines cannot afford the switch, so they will stick with Boeing. But if they could, they would switch. Other airlines cannot wait until Airbus can deliver, because the backlogs at Airbus are huge on the A320neo family and on the A350 family. Not the A330neo. There have been cancellations, like from very recently from AirAsia, who due to the whole global crisis had to cut its orders. But Boeing will see the issues, will see for a long time to come the consequence of its mismanagement. And because it hasn't changed anything, it's still moving for, still extending. This period is extending into the future as long as Boeing is not changing anything. And honestly, I don't have the feeling that anything will change in the coming few years, unless there's a real change at Boeing within the management, unless the justice system in the US or in other countries start prosecuting Boeing and prosecuting its management for all the corruption and the deception and the lying and all the things they did, and really start putting these people in prison and even giving them huge fines so that all the bonuses they got for sales, that they have to give them back. Only then real change may occur. Any other company would have gone bankrupt already. Boeing is not bankrupt because it has different divisions: commercial, defense, space. So yeah, especially defense is compensating with all the orders they get from the US government. Yeah, they can survive. But any other company in another industry would already have gone bankrupt with all these issues, having its two main products, the first product not delivering for 2 years, and then after that, its secondary product, so the 787, which is producing less than the 737, not producing for a full year, which is not the first time because I already had several months of halting production before. And it is only because Boeing is still earning enough money from its other divisions that they get away with it, that they seem to get away with it, because I do not see any fundamental slapping in the face from any government institution at this moment. The fines they got, they didn't change anything because the same people are still there. Muhlenberg didn't really have a lot of power. He was just the face of Boeing. But the people who decided to do all this crap, they're still there. And they're still deciding, they're still taking the same kind of decisions. And that is really sad. Because the industry is suffering from this. The industry would benefit from a strong Boeing, a strong Airbus, a strong Embraer, and a strong Chinese manufacturer, and maybe even a strong Russian manufacturer, at least in the single aisle sector, with the A320, the 737, and then the Irkut and I forgot the Chinese one. If all those would be producing good quality aircraft, there would be an abundance of aircraft in the market, there would be better pricing, and yeah, the quality would be high because they would be really competing with each other. And you would say, who's winning? Who would be the biggest winner from all this? Well, Airbus is winning at this moment, but the real winner in the coming 10 years will be China. Because the Chinese are catching up technologically. They're getting a lot of technology from Airbus, because if you want to do, if you want to have a company manufacturing in China, you also agree to the Chinese getting the technology. That's the deal. Otherwise, you cannot produce anything in China. So they're getting Airbus technology. And they're replicating it and maybe even improving on it. And so in the coming 10 years, and we have seen it in the space division, in the space industry, China has caught up with the West and Russia. China has launched more rockets successfully than the West and Russia combined in the past 2 years. So things don't look well for Boeing. Not short term, but even long term, they may still pay the price For the coming 10 years, they will be paying the price. And the longer they do not change fundamentally, the longer they will keep paying the price. And regarding the 777X, what I said, the question is, should they continue or should they just simply drop it? Because producing a larger aircraft in the current market, where point to point is where everything is heading to, which also could mean that the Middle Eastern carriers, Emirates and Qatar mainly, but also Etihad, and to a small extent Turkish Airlines, may start to lose customers, may need to downsize, which means there will be no market for a 777-9 or 777-10, just like there is no market for a A350-2000. And when I say there is no market, it means selling 200 is not enough. Just look at the A380. They sold 257, if I'm correct, or 257 were produced. It sold 249. I don't remember, something like that. But they didn't make money on the project. They lost money on the project. Yes, they learned a lot technologically. Great. So let's call it a hefty investment in future technology. But if Emirates realizes that it needs to change its business structure, then it may decide not to buy the 777X, and then the 777X is dead, or Boeing will be losing a lot of money. And also Boeing doesn't seem to have any vision for the future. There is no 797. There is no launch of 797. There is no launch of mid-market aircraft. They're losing to the A321XLR and the LR. They're losing big time. And they said very nicely, yeah, we're going back to the drawing table. We will start again from scratch, blah, blah, blah. This means either they don't know what they want, but most likely they cannot launch a new aircraft at this point. And there are two main reasons why they could not. One reason is financially. They may not have the means, they may not have the funds to invest 5 to 8 billion in a new aircraft, because that is what it costs nowadays. Or they do not know at this point which way they should go. There is a third possibility, but this one is less likely today. This one was the case 3 years ago, which was there was no availability for engines. There was no capacity amongst the engine manufacturers to develop a new engine for an aircraft which would replace the 757-200 and the 767-200. Airbus used the engines of the A321, the A320 also for the A321. But if you would go bigger, you would need bigger engines, and those are not available. And there was no capacity to develop such an engine. I believe that if they would launch today, there is a chance that within 3 years there would be an engine available. But it would be a brand new engine most likely, so that also would not be mature. So they could have the same issue as they had with the 787, or as Airbus had with the A321, with the A320neo, with the Pratt & Whitney engines. So maybe this is still one of the reasons. Maybe it's all three reasons. So yeah, there's not much positive you can say about Boeing commercial aviation at this moment. And it's sad. It's really sad. I used to be a big Boeing fan for most of my life, but I cannot be fan of a company that is knowingly killing people, knowingly producing crap, knowingly cutting corners in every direction. I cannot support that, and I will not support that. I do not support corruptions. I have fought most of my career against corruption. I fired a lot of people. I got a lot of people fired, people who were above me, higher ranks. I got them fired for corruption. I have been fighting corruption most of my life. And it's a family trait. So I cannot support a company that's doing the same. I was also really upset when there were corruption charges against Airbus with the A330 MRTT, the military one. I could say I would understand that they try to force the sale of the aircraft because the 767 was selling better and they really wanted to get into the market. But Boeing had a better product anyway, a more economical product. So I do not see why. I mean, if you have a better product, then you can convince, if you have good salespeople, you can convince your customer to take the better product, not to take the one that you know already for a long time and that is actually really outdated and economically not viable. So that was stupid, and Boeing and Airbus got what it deserved. It got such a huge fine that the whole deal, they lost money on it, and big time, and they deserved that. And any company who's doing this kind of crap deserves to get hit hard, because we need to end this bullshit. Produce a good quality product and you will sell it. It's that simple. Well, this was again half an hour. I don't know how, but I do not manage to put all this in less than half an hour apparently. So I know I promised you a video on the Antonov AN225, what I believe is the real or are the real reasons why it's not there anymore, why it's not flying anymore. But I feel I still need to do some research there to get more facts, because it's a stinky business. It's not a clear-cut story. It's not what Antonov wants you to believe. There's more happening there, and I always say follow the money. And I believe that here is really a question of money, but also a question of honor and deception. So I will dig in deeper into that, and when I'll have the facts or have more facts, I will come with a video.
Like, subscribe, and share.
The sponsor of today's video is intuitive.me. Personal development, personal growth, business efficiency improvement. More about this at the end of the video. Hi, welcome new video of mine. A few months ago, I recorded a video about the situation at Boeing, and I also recorded a video about corruption and the greed within the aviation industry, how this has led to safety issues as well as quality issues. Both of them apply at this moment mainly to Boeing. Airbus has been convicted for bribery, and that was a good thing because no one should get away with this. But Boeing has been getting away with a lot. Even though they settled for $500 million in damages for the families of those who perished, the 346 people who perished in the two MAX crashes, which was 1.25 million per family, which is basically nothing. Any decent lawsuit in the US would have resulted in at least 10 million per person. But I thought, hey, it's Africa, it's Southeast Asia. They have nothing anyway, so they'll be super happy with 1 million. And then for Boeing, 500 million is not that much. But we also saw that nobody got punished at Boeing. Yeah, a CEO got fired or he resigned, which is basically saying, okay, here's some money, you messed up, we agree that this happened, we would have done the same thing, but you got caught, so okay, you're the scapegoat, here's some money and enjoy the rest of your life. No need to work anymore. They call it a very nice severance package. But in recent days, and if you want to know more about this in detail, I suggest you check the link in the description of Maximus Aviation. This guy is really great at digging up information and putting it together in a fun way. He's not making videos about, hey, first flight here, oh, cancellation there. No, he digs into yeah, let's say the behind the scenes, the stuff that most people don't see. And so he has been making a few videos on what's going on at Boeing. And now he uploaded a video yesterday, I believe, about this lawsuit. One of the families went to, I think it's a New York lawyer firm, and this lawyer is specialized in suing airlines and winning big time or settling big time every single time. And this lawyer is suing Boeing for $6.5 billion, which could probably result in a settlement of $2 billion, but that's just for one family. And he's directly attacking also the current CEO of Boeing, who was very well involved in all the fuck-ups before that led to the crashes. The previous settlement was based on information that was available. But since that settlement, the information came out that Southwest Airlines was involved, heavily involved in all the corruption, falsification of data, was pushing for this, was asking for it to mislead the FAA knowingly about the existence of MCAS. And Boeing agreed because Boeing wanted that deal. So they went with it. I do not know how much Ryanair was also involved in this, because Ryanair would have similar financial stakes as Southwest Airlines. So that is to be determined, because Ryanair is also known for not playing fair, for breaking the rules. I mean, a few years back, they had 3 Maydays of aircraft that had to be diverted to another airport, and that did not have enough fuel according to the regulations. So the diversion led them to go very low on fuel and had to declare a Mayday. And they also have been sued, at least by one government of one country, for not paying the wages properly, not paying social, whatever, the social stuff of the social part of the salary, because they were just cutting costs and they didn't care, because because they don't care really about the well-being of their people, because it's all about money. And that's also why a lot of pilots are being hired as freelancers in this kind of companies to cut more costs, to put all the additional costs like healthcare and other things on the pilots, not on the company. And you don't see that only in the aviation industry, by the way. But all these developments are really interesting, because if this guy is going to win the lawsuit, then all those who didn't yet sign for the $1.25 million settlement with Boeing may very well just knock on the door of this lawyer and say, hey, we want the same deal, get it for us. But all the information that has been coming out may also lead to the Justice Department reinvestigating, because there's new evidence now that has come to light, and maybe we will finally see some jail time, some real jail time. Murder in the first or second degree, not even manslaughter. Because both at Boeing and at least Southwest Airlines as well, they knew what they were doing. They were knowingly putting everyone in danger just for profit. So I said this before. Normally, I'm not for the death penalty, but in this case, it should set a precedent, should set an example for all the other corrupt CEOs, board members, shareholders who don't give a shit about people's lives, just about filling their pockets, because they have this huge emptiness within them that they cannot fill. So they just try to accumulate more wealth, more power, and it's never enough because they're just dead on the inside. They're like zombies. That's the reason why people are so greedy. It's not just having the fear of not having enough. It's that they're empty or even completely dead and rotten on the inside. And this kind of people we do not need to have leading positions in our society. Nobody needs this. So I cannot wait for any Justice Department to finally step up and do his job and start prosecuting to the full extent of the law. And hopefully some Justice Department, some prosecutors from states that have the death penalty. This is what's really needed to change all this shit in the world. This has nothing to do with Boeing. This has to do with sick people who are in positions, at Boeing. And even shareholders, if they can find proof that shareholders were involved or pushed for certain decisions, knowingly putting lives in danger, they also should be prosecuted and get the same punishment. You may say, hey, Lotfi, this is not really nice. You're a Zen person, you're coaching, grounding and things like that. Yeah, well, we need to clean. We need to purge society from the dirt. It's like cleaning your house. So this is time to take the vacuum cleaner, time to take the mop and start cleaning. So let's see if there are some prosecutors who actually have the balls to stand up and do their job. So as I said, if you want more details about the in-depth on the subject, I will link to the videos or directly to the channel of Maximus. And of course, you can also Google, do your own research, but if you're lazy, just go watch this video. See you in the next one. Have a wonderful day.
So,
the situation at Boeing today and the aviation market in general, that is what we're gonna discuss in this video. Like, subscribe, and share. Hi, welcome to a new video. Today I'm gonna address what's going on with Boeing, where Boeing stands,
today and in the coming years, I mean, it's always a speculation, but from what we can see today, and also how the market in general is looking. So let's dive into this. Last month, David Calhoun did talk to the shareholders, and he had a beautiful story about how Boeing will be mainly focusing now on earning money first, making profit again, and only after that starting to look at new investments. And he put a target on financial year 2024, 2025, which is interesting. Why, you may ask? First of all, the company is in debt and hasn't earned money for a while. And so, as CEO, shareholders look at you. And shareholders care about one thing and one thing only, is not the company earning money, but the shares rising. Unless there is enough money earned for them to get a nice dividend, which is basically the profits being divided amongst the shareholders. But if that's not the case, then they'll settle for a rising of the price of the shares. And that is why you see many movements in companies, often cutting costs. And cutting costs means, in general, higher chance of profit, which makes the share go up. And that is why you see this happening very often. That is what Boeing has done in the past few years, to fire a lot of people and then to rehire them somewhere else where the salaries would be lower, where there would be less or no union that would help the workers to actually defend themselves. And you see many of these things happening. And the big benefit for the management is that if you do these things, then if the shares go up or the losses go down, or if you're lucky, the profits go up, you will get gigantic bonuses. Basically, that's what the management is doing. And the management of Boeing has been getting bonuses many times. Even after totally fucking up with the MAX, we all know that the CEO who was fired was let go with a big financial settlement. He got the reward for screwing up everything. And the funny thing is, he was the scapegoat, together with the chief test pilot. And now, the rest of the management, which was as responsible as he was, is going to get bonuses. But that aside. So, why would he say that Boeing would not invest more and first clean up their mess? He didn't say it in these exact words, but that's basically it. So let's look at the situation at Boeing now. So the situation is that the 777X is again delayed. This time it doesn't seem to be the fault of Boeing. It's GE which has trouble with his new engine, the GE9X, which is common. We have seen many problems with manufacturers of engines in the past 5 to 10 years, especially in the last 5 years. And you may ask, why is this? Well, because they are also under tremendous pressure to produce very fast, more efficient engines. So they're also pushing all the limits when it comes to producing something new, to testing, to guaranteeing reliability. And that's why we see now again problems with the engines of the A320neo family. Of course, we also have the developments of the 737 MAX 7 and MAX 10, where Boeing is quite confident that they will be able to blackmail enough and coerce and manipulate enough Congress to sign off on, again, some exemptions, which from my personal opinion means that nobody has learned anything from what happened in the past, because Boeing is the only one producing new aircraft which do not comply with safety standards that have been around for a long time already. Boeing is still producing aircraft with safety standards of the 1950s and the 1960s. And that is, again, because of money first, money second, money third, safety maybe later. That's my opinion. And if you do not believe me, if you think I'm a Boeing hater, I'm just asking you, follow the money. Because the whole MAX crisis started because of money, because of collusion, because of conspiracy, to lie, to manipulate, to hide facts, to commit trickery, to commit fraud. All that to make more money. That is the only reason that we have all these problems with Boeing, but also at Airbus, because it's always about cutting costs as much as possible. And that's why we have all these problems with these engines, like I just said. That's why now again we have problems with the A220, and I may make a separate video on this. And that problem will not be properly resolved because of money again. But let's move on. Then we have the 787, which has issues with the wings, and Boeing came with a duct tape solution now, but not with a permanent solution for the manufacturing. They're trying to use some other paints and stuff like that to make it more protective, but the basis is that from the start there is a problem with the production, just like the A350 has this problem with the fuselage. And they also may come with this kind of solutions with the paint and putting some special layers and whatever. But from the start, there is a fundamental issue. And this is normal because it's the first time that they use so many composites. Another problem Boeing has, a financial problem, is with the 747. The last two that will be delivered are those for Air Force One, and Boeing is losing money on them. Unless they got the Pentagon to sign off on paying much more than was originally agreed. You remember this was a deal made by Donald Trump. So Boeing must be very grateful to Donald Trump for making such a sharp deal for the Pentagon, which basically means that Boeing has to pay for the difference with the timely overrun, with the cost overrun, with everything that is included. But okay, it is what it is. So, what's happening from here on? Well, the comment about the fact that Boeing will not be designing a new aircraft, and there will not be a launch of a new aircraft, and not to be expected new aircraft before the mid-2030s. The reaction from Airbus on this is very interesting and a very telling one, and it's actually The only real reason being that with close to 10,000 aircraft being in the backlog for both Airbus and Boeing, for the 737 MAX and the A320neo family, none of these two companies will launch a replacement aircraft anytime soon, because they need to first make sure that the airlines will take delivery of all these aircraft. Otherwise, airlines would move away from these aircraft and move towards the newer aircraft. And they need to make money. You remember? Again, the word money. Actually, we need to count how many times I will say money in this video. So money rules here again. And although if Boeing would launch a new aircraft, Airbus could react very quickly. If Boeing would launch the NMA, Airbus would launch the new wing, and the new wing technology would mean that the A321 could be extended. We would have the A322, and both the A321 XLR and the A322 in probably 2 or 3 versions also would have a new, much more efficient wing. Airbus could do this within 2 years, maximum 3. So Boeing knows that they will not be able to really take a big part of the market by doing this. Airbus would undercut them because they could do it faster and much cheaper, because there is not enough new technology available to make an aircraft that is so much more efficient. There are no new engines, and that is the main obstacle. Of course, they would build an all composite aircraft, but first they also want to solve the current problems of the paint. Both companies want to do this, so both of them are not very keen on developing a new aircraft if they haven't learned enough yet from the current generation composite aircraft that they're having now. Aside from this, what to expect? The 787 has 480 aircraft on order, and there will probably be coming more, and there will be some conversions to the new ER version. So there is a launch, and that is making the aircraft more efficient, retaining the same engines. So basically like what they did with the 777 and with the 767 back in the days. The 777 normal version has only 6 in the backlog for the 777-300ER and 86 freighters. 86 freighters is a nice number, but the 777 production line is coming to a halt. The 747 already covered. The 767 is only producing tankers and multi-role aircraft for the military. As far as I know, the problems are finally resolved there. So there is not so much in production. They're talking about the new open rotor engines, and they believe that that is the future. I'm not sure about it because I already see a few issues. The first issue is noise. If that's not resolved, then it will not happen. Second issue is safety. Open rotor is not safe. It's much more dangerous than the current engine. And you may say, yeah, but you have turboprops. Yeah. Did you see where the turboprops in general have their engines and how their wings are? This means new designs of the aircraft. And if you want to have a very efficient open rotor, you need to have
large blades, long blades, large fans. So that means the engines need to be really high up, and then you need to make sure that they will not hit anything on the ground. So that's a challenge. And engines high up also means more difficulty for the maintenance crew. And turboprop engine is not as complicated as a jet engine. That's why most jet engines are installed under the wings, relatively close to the ground, keeping a minimum clearance, but then close to the ground, because that makes the maintenance easier. And if you will have these big jet engines high up, then you will need a lot of new infrastructure. When I say infrastructure, I mean a lot of new cranes and all these things to take off the engines from the aircraft from that height. And I'm talking big engines, heavy engines. So it will not be as easy as with conventional aircraft to replace the engines. So yeah, they may say, yeah, we'll make them more efficient, less maintenance costs. Yes, on one hand, less maintenance. On the other hand, the maintenance will be more expensive, because you will need the facilities, you will need the tools to actually get these engines off and back on the aircraft. Which also means if a replacement engine needs to be flown to a far destination, to a country that does not have that same type of aircraft in his fleet, that you cannot just send a new engine, a replacement engine, but you also have to send the crane and everything to actually get the engine all the way up to the pylons. It's just like the A380 could not just fly anywhere, because the airports needed to have the facilities that could handle having an A380. The same problem was also the case with the DC-10, with a big engine all the way up there under the tail. That was not making it so easy for maintenance crews to actually replace the engine. Yeah, you can get up there with a ladder to do some repair, but if you need to take out the engine and replace it, because that is something they often do, it's cheaper to just take out the engine, put in a replacement engine, and then fly the engine somewhere to a special repair center. But that's not so easy with an engine that is high up and that is big and heavy. So that new technology, I'm not so sure about it. They need to come up with many more reasons to do it, because there are many reasons not to do it today. So what will we see? We will probably not see any new aircraft anytime soon being launched, because there is no need to replace the 787. The 777 replacement is already in the making. I mean, for the smaller versions, we have the 787-10, especially with an ER version. There will be a better replacement to the 777-200 LR, the long-range version. And for the 777-300ER, we have the 777X, 800, the 8 and the 9. So these are already in the planning. But a 767 replacement, especially the 200, even the 300, that will not come. So airlines have to take the 787-8. And for the 757, we're already seeing it that even the American airlines now are looking at the A321XLR, because there's nothing else in the market. There is no replacement, and there will be no replacement anytime soon. Because like I said, if they launch an NMA today, it will not be so much more efficient that Airbus cannot counter this by updating the A321 with a new laminar flow wing. So this is where things are heading for now. This is the status of Boeing, and basically also covered the status of Airbus, because Airbus is also not going to do anything new now. They're going to work on solving the current issues, on ramping up production to actually deliver all these aircraft. And with the global recession that is happening, we will not be seeing any big new steps, except for trying to ramp up production if demand stays high. And demand may stay high with higher oil prices, so airlines would like to have the newer aircraft with better engines which are more fuel efficient. But on the other hand, if they're not making money, they cannot pay for the aircraft, they cannot pay for the delivery. That's why in the past few years we've seen many deliveries being delayed, time slots being reallocated, deliveries being deferred. That's the term you was looking for. So I expect that we will only see the ER versions of the 787 as something really new to be announced. I mean, it has been announced, so yeah, that will be the new thing we will see. And then in a few years from now, finally seeing the the 777X, and maybe Airbus will launch the A350neo, but I don't expect them to announce it before 2026, 2027 actually. I have a feeling it will be 2027 that they will announce the new version of the A350. Oh yeah, and the A220-500 version, but that's already, yeah, there being talks about it. So not so much on that side. On the background, they will be working on new technologies like hydrogen fuel cells and things like that, the electric aircraft. And Embraer is also moving to that. So, yeah, as far as I know, Embraer now is working on it. I just read it today on Flight Global. Airbus has been already working on this and testing for a while now. Boeing has been quite silent about this, but they may be doing some research, but it's not on the forefront. It's somewhere on the background, because most work has been focused on, yeah, the 737 MAX issues, the 787 issues, and also the 777X issues. So most of the engineering force is focused on these three programs, so there's not so much time to focus on the other ones. And they're counting on the virtual reality to be able to design and develop an aircraft much faster than before, so they can wait a little bit longer before the launch, and then the time between launching a new aircraft and having it flying will be reduced by 2 years maybe. So they are buying time by investing in virtual reality. So we will see if Boeing will be the only one doing this, or if Airbus is also working on this. I mean, I cannot imagine that Airbus hasn't looked at this already, that Embraer hasn't looked at this already, but time will tell. For now, I wish you a beautiful days.
Like, subscribe, and share.
Boeing is in big trouble again. Yes, this is not clickbait. It was only in August last year that Boeing resumed delivery of the Boeing 787 Dreamliner after 14 months of not being able to deliver any aircraft of the type. And now again, since late January, Boeing hasn't been able to deliver a 787 because production has been halted due to what they call an analysis error of the forward pressure bulkhead. So they say there is no safety issue for the existing fleet. And they say this is just something on paper. But hey, has Boeing ever told a lie? Yes. Has Boeing ever hidden crucial information regarding safety? Yes. Has Boeing said that the aircraft was totally safe while it was not? Yes. Just look at the 737 MAX. And so now again, delivery has been halted, and we do not know for sure if this can cause safety issues. From my perspective, if there is a problem with bulkheads not properly connecting, and this has been the case since the production of the 787, eventually they will run into problems. Because if the seal is not well done, you have pressurization issues. And over time, with an accumulation of cycles, this will result in problems. So from my perspective, it's not a question of if, but more a question of when will we see major problems with the 787 again, and the 787 being grounded, or that they have to do big workover to prevent grounding, so that from a certain age all the 787s need to be refurbished and not just go through one of the most extensive checks, but also have big transformations made on the fuselage, which costs time and money, and time also costs money because it means the aircraft will be on the ground, will not be flying, will not be earning money. So let's see how long this will take this time and what Boeing is doing to resolve this, aside from deleting an analysis error by saying, it was just a paper mistake. Because if there's an error with analysis, then we cannot trust the results of the analysis, which means the analysis needs to be done again. And this is a big problem for Boeing, even though it's not Boeing itself who messed up, but it's one of its suppliers. But in the end, it doesn't matter which one of the suppliers makes a mistake, Boeing is the one responsible, because Boeing is putting the aircraft together and then selling it. So Boeing needs to double check, triple check, maybe quadruple check everything before delivery, because errors are made everywhere. Where there are humans, where there's technology, errors are being made, mistakes are being made. But you cannot let an aircraft out of the hangar if you're not 100% sure that everything is safe and properly built. This concludes the video for today. See you on the next one.
Like, subscribe, and share.
Welcome back in a video of mine. It's been a while since I recorded a video, primarily because there was mainly bad news, negative news, and I didn't feel to only report on that. Then of course there has been some positive news with a lot of new orders coming in, but at that time I was very much occupied with work and my newborn son. So I didn't really get to record any videos. But I kept track of what's going on in the aviation industry, as it is still my hobby. And today I came across some news and it was like, yeah, this is it. This is the drop that makes the bucket flow over. Again Boeing, again safety, again negligence, again corruption, again collusion with the FAA. If you want all the details, I will be linking several videos where at least one other channel, mainly Maximus Aviation, is really detailing step by step with all the dates
and even the airworthiness directive numbers, what has happened. So I do not need your crap like, oh, you're a Boeing hater. No, I hate what people at Boeing and the FAA are doing. These are corrupt son of bitches. These are people who only care about making money. They don't give a shit about other people's lives and their well-being. And these people don't belong anywhere in society except for prison. A war camp, preferably. Harsh conditions, preferably. Siberia and Gulag, or somewhere in the desert. And of course to be stripped of all their wealth, including their family members, because of course these people, they allocate all their wealth to their family members, and they need to know that all the money they stole is not with their family members, and that their families are also screwed because of their actions, and that their families need to find other ways to live their lives. Yes, this is harsh, but this is the only way for this kind of people to stop doing what they're doing, or they should definitely give them the death penalty, and then other people would reconsider if they really want to be this corrupt. So, today it's a 747-8, both the freighter and the passenger version, who for 13 years have been flying around, while both the FAA and Boeing knew that catastrophic failure was possible due to manufacturing or maybe even a design error. And as I said in the video of Maximus, you will see that they knew it since 2011, and that directives have been written since then, and only now real action is being taken. So when they said after the MAX first, it was the fault of the pilots, there was nothing wrong with the 737 MAX, both Boeing and the FAA said that, and then they admitted there were maybe some things that could have been better, and then in the end they admitted they were at fault, but still screwing over the families. And then the FAA saying, yeah, we will change things and we will better our lives and do things more appropriately. Even since then, this shit has been going on with the 747-8. So I do not believe Boeing or the FAA really are doing their best to change something. I believe the same corrupt people are still there, although Muhlenberg was sacrificed, but the rest of the board is still there, and those involved took over and are still involved today in all this. Yeah, this, how should we call this? War on the people? Let's see how long we can make money and playing Russian roulette with airplanes that can just drop out of the sky and kill a whole bunch of people. I have no words for this. I can only say this is incredibly stupid, arrogant. Forget it. I'm not even sure if I'm going to publish this video. On the other hand, I really hope a lot of people will hear this and see this and realize that you cannot trust the fucking government to do their job if they're infested with people from the industry. And we don't see this only in aviation, we see this in all industries. You cannot trust politicians because they're financed by the industries, and so the industries do what they want because they pay the politicians to get the rules made and for them to keep doing whatever they have been doing. But the only ones who can actually do something is we, the people who fly, who say, I'm not stepping foot in a Boeing aircraft anymore. And when people start doing this and stop gambling their lives because they're so bad you need to go on holiday for 2 weeks, but just everyone for 1 month says,
no more Boeing worldwide, or just in the US. Whole airlines will go bankrupt, and Boeing will have a very, 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 very big problem. Because when the people stand up together and say, no more, we're not setting foot in a Boeing aircraft, then there is nothing else they can do than to really change something. Airlines will not have the balls to take action because they don't want to lose money. They know they can try suing Boeing, but it will not work. So I don't count at all on airlines to say, well, we will ground all our Boeings for a month. Because airlines are like Boeing. They know about the shit and they're still flying you, and they don't care if you die or not. And that will come with small letters in the fine print of the terms and conditions, and yeah, you're dead, so you're not going to get anything in your family. Yeah, maybe they'll get a small compensation. But they already paid for that, they already put money aside, and they're still filling their pockets. So it's only you and me who can say, okay, we're not setting foot in a Boeing. And when this massively happens, something will change. And no, don't worry, Airbus will not take over everything, because Airbus has not even the capacity to build all the aircraft they have orders for. So don't worry about that. But the Boeing management will be let go. The shareholders will drop the shares, and Boeing will be really having to restructure. And the FAA will also have a problem. The American government will take care of the FAA and clean it out, will purge it, hopefully. Maybe they'll put some other corrupt people in place. That's possible, then we'll have to do it again. But they will be more careful, more vigilant, because nobody wants this, because it would lead to a real big crisis in the industry. And then, of course, governments should not bail out airlines at all, because airlines knew about this. Airlines could have done their own inspections if they did not know, or if they had their suspicions. And airlines are supposed to do their inspections every so many months. They have different kinds of inspections they have to do by law. So they would have figured out that something is not kosher here. Just like KLM refused the delivery of its first 787s because the quality standards were not met, and there were even safety issues. And I've reported on this already in the past. So this is more a wake-up call, this video. Do something. Stop flying Boeing. Cancel your flights. And tell them why. And give your airline where you booked with, if it was not clear if it's going to be an Airbus or a Boeing aircraft, give them a hard time. That they're willing to put your life at risk. And if they're not paying you back, that you will go to social media. And they cannot take that risk. If people massively go to social media and say, hey, my airline refused to reimburse me because I refused to fly an unsafe aircraft, then they will have a problem too. So they need to reimburse you. We just need to have the balls to tell them this and to actually follow up. So go watch the video of Maximus on the subject, and I'll put it as first, the one on the 7478, but I'll also link some other videos, which are all from this year, regarding safety issues with Boeing aircraft, where either one or both of Boeing and the FAA have been screwing up very recently. And maybe I'll drop another video soon about some positive news. Wish you a beautiful summer.
In today's video, Boeing's latest move to address a serious issue with their 737 MAX 9 mid-air cabin panel blowout that rocked the aviation world.
Like, subscribe, and share.
Hey aviation enthusiasts! It's been over a year since I've recorded and uploaded a video on this channel. Last year I became a father and this has shaken up things a bit, but I'm back now. So fasten your seatbelt and let's dive into this. If you thought Boeing had been in turbulence since 2019, buckle up, because this story shows that the skies have been anything but clear for the aerospace giant. In January 2024, an Alaska Airlines 737 MAX 9 had a scary moment. One of its door plugs blew out at 16,000 feet. Now, if you're not familiar, a door plug is a panel that replaces emergency exit doors in certain configurations. The blowout caused a massive rush of air, dropped oxygen masks, and left passengers in shock. Thankfully, no one was sitting in that seat. That blowout not only grounded Alaska's 737 MAX 9 fleet, but also sparked an intense investigation by the National Transportation Safety Board and the FAA. Boeing, already reeling from the 2018 and 2019 crashes, was once again under the microscope. Boeing didn't respond at first. Senate hearings were necessary for Boeing to start acting instead of being evasive. Finally, their senior vice president of quality, Elizabeth Lund, said the company is now working on a new door plug design. This redesign is expected to fix the problem by ensuring no plug can be installed unless it's fully secured. They've even gone as far as slapping a bright sign on the plug at the factory saying, "Do not open," clear and simple. But here's where things get interesting. Boeing admitted that during production, 4 critical bolts were missing from the door plug, and guess what? There's no paperwork to prove when, why, or how those bolts were removed. Talk about a paperwork fail. The NTSB hearings revealed deeper issues. Boeing's safety practices were called into question, and whistleblowers described a work culture where meeting production deadlines trumped safety. One mechanic even mentioned working 12-hour shifts just to keep up. It is clear Boeing is scrambling. From 737 MAX grounding incidents to production problems with their other aircraft like the 787, the 767 tanker, and the 777X. It's been a rough few years for them. So what's the FAA doing? They've admitted to being too hands-off in their oversight of Boeing and have stepped up their audits. Boeing is now on a mission to change its ways implementing safety culture changes, working closely with regulators, and redesigning the 737 MAX door plug to avoid future blowouts. The goal is to roll out the new design across the fleet within the year, with retrofitting to follow. Will this be enough to rebuild trust? Boeing still has a long runway ahead to fully regain the confidence of regulators, airlines, and passengers. But with more design changes coming and intense scrutiny from the FAA and NTSB, all eyes will be on Boeing's next move. That's it for today's update on Boeing's door plug dilemma. Don't forget to like, subscribe, and hit the notification bell for more aviation updates. Stay safe up there in the skies, and we'll see you in the next video. For decades, airlines around the world have built their fleets around Boeing's reliable single-aisle aircraft. From the iconic Boeing 737, the 717, and the legacy of the McDonnell Douglas MD-80 and MD-90 series, some airlines have remained loyal to Boeing for their short and medium-haul operations for decades. But in recent years, we're seeing a shift. Many long-term Boeing operators are now choosing Airbus for the future. Let's dive into why and who is making the switch.
Like, subscribe, and share.
The sponsor of today's video is Intuitive.me. For personal development, stress management, reduction and prevention of stress, overcoming obstacles, breaking through blockages, trauma healing, and this while using tools like channeling, intuition, the gene keys, grounding and meditation. And for businesses, efficiency improvement, stress management, reduction and prevention of stress. Find out more by clicking the link in the description.
First up, the U.S. carriers making a move. Some of the largest names in aviation are shifting away from Boeing, embracing the modern efficiency and range of the Airbus A320 family. JetBlue Airways. JetBlue has always been an Airbus loyalist, primarily operating the A320 family. But recently, JetBlue placed orders for over 120 A321neo and A321LR aircraft. While JetBlue has historically leaned towards Airbus, this expansion is solidifying its commitment to Airbus for future single-aisle growth. By 2024, JetBlue is expected to replace even its older A320s with these new models, taking their fleet to over 200 Airbus aircraft. Spirit Airlines. Spirit Airlines has never operated Boeing's single-aisle 737s, but its aggressive fleet expansion focuses solely on the Airbus A320 family, including the A320neo and the A321neo models. With an order for over 150 new Airbus aircraft in the coming years, Spirit is doubling down on its all-Airbus fleet. For a low-cost carrier, the operational savings of the Neo family have been a driving factor in their commitment. Delta Airlines. Delta, historically one of Boeing's most loyal customers for decades, operated a variety of Boeing models including the MD-88, MD-90, and the Boeing 717. These planes formed the backbone of Delta's domestic fleet for years. But today, Delta is looking to the future, with the Airbus A220-100 and A220-300 having already ordered over 100 units. These A220s are replacing older Boeing 717s and MD-90s. Delta is also adding the A321neo to replace its aging Boeing 757 fleet. With over 155 A321neo aircraft on order, Delta is betting on Airbus for fuel-efficient, longer-range domestic routes. United Airlines. United has long been a Boeing operator, especially with its Boeing 757s for medium-haul and transcontinental routes. However, United has placed a significant order for the A321neo and the A321XLR to replace its aging 757s. The A321XLR's range is especially crucial for United's plans to maintain long-range domestic and international services. United's order for 70 A321neo aircraft is a sign of Airbus's growing influence over Boeing's long-held dominance. Now let's fly over to Europe, where more legacy Boeing operators are making the Airbus switch. KLM. KLM has operated Boeing 737s for over 30 years, as well as the DC-9s and the MD-80s before that. But KLM and its low-cost subsidiary Transavia are making a dramatic shift with a recent order for 100 Airbus A320neo and A321neo aircraft. The A321neo is expected to replace their older Boeing 737-800 models across European routes. Starting from 2023, the airline plans to fully retire its 737 fleet with 60 additional options for future Airbus deliveries. Transavia. Like KLM, Transavia has operated a significant fleet of Boeing 737NG aircraft for years. Now, with the same order as KLM, Transavia will be phasing out its 737s for the A320neo and the A321neo to standardize and modernize their fleet, enhancing sustainability and reducing costs. Air Baltic. In the Baltics, Air Baltic is taking a different route by standardizing its fleet around the Airbus A220-300. With an order for 50 A220-300s, this carrier has fully transitioned away from its Boeing 737s and Q400s, making Air Baltic one of the first airlines in Europe to go all in on the A220 for its regional and short-haul operations. The A220's smaller size and efficiency are ideal for Air Baltic's network, providing the flexibility they need. Heading all the way to Australia, we see another iconic Boeing customer making the switch: Qantas. Qantas has a storied history with Boeing, operating Boeing 737s, as well as previously flying Boeing 717s and the MD-80s. Today, Qantas has begun its shift to Airbus by ordering A321XLR and A220s as part of its fleet renewal program. This includes 109 A321neo and A321XLR aircraft, which will replace its aging Boeing 737-800 models, particularly on longer domestic and regional routes. Additionally, the A220-300 will take over shorter-haul operations from the Boeing 717. The loyalty to Boeing's narrow-body jets, especially the 737, has been remarkable, with airlines like Delta, KLM, and Qantas building decades-long relationships. But as we've seen, the game is changing. Airlines are now prioritizing fuel efficiency, range, and operational savings key areas where Airbus has a competitive edge with the A320neo family and A220 series. In the next few years, Over 1,000 new Airbus jets will be flying in the skies, many of them replacing long-standing Boeing fleets. So, who will be next? With airlines all over the world evaluating their fleets for the future, the question is, which loyal Boeing customer will be the next to switch to Airbus? Traditionally, airlines tend to stick with one major aircraft manufacturer for the majority of their narrow-body fleets, often either Boeing or Airbus. But in recent years, a number of airlines that once flew only Airbus A320 family jets have made the surprising decision to add Boeing 737s into their fleets. Today we're exploring which airlines have made this move and why.
Like, subscribe, and share.
The sponsor of today's video is Intuitive.me. Now back to the video. First up, Volaris. The Mexican low-cost carrier has historically been an Airbus-only airline, operating over 115 Airbus A320 family aircraft. However, in recent years, Volaris experimented with adding Boeing 737s into its fleet. These aircraft were mainly leased for specific operations, making Volaris one of the few Airbus-dominant airlines to briefly incorporate the 737s into its operations. While their focus remains on Airbus, the move to a mixed fleet shows the airline's flexibility in managing fleet demands and operational costs. Next, we take a look at Frontier Airlines. While today, Frontier operates an all-Airbus fleet with over 120 A320neo family aircraft, their early days were a bit different. In the early 2000s, Frontier flew both Airbus A320 family jets and Boeing 737s. This was a short-lived experiment, and Frontier eventually decided to go all in on Airbus, but it shows that even some of today's most loyal Airbus customers have dabbled with Boeing jets in the past. Over in Southeast Asia, we have AirAsia X. Known for its massive Airbus A320 fleet across its subsidiaries, AirAsia X also explored the idea of adding Boeing 737s to its operations, particularly through its affiliate AirAsia X Indonesia. Although it hasn't fully committed to a mixed fleet, this consideration reflects the strategic flexibility of even the most Airbus-dominant airlines in expanding and exploring Boeing options. So why are these traditionally Airbus-only airlines considering Boeing 737? For some, it's about leasing availability. For others, the Boeing 737 MAX's efficiency and operational range make it an appealing choice, especially when combined with the competitive pricing Boeing offers to lure Airbus customers. In many cases, airlines need to meet rapid fleet expansion demands, and Boeing can help fill those gaps. But in most of these cases, the airlines maintain their Airbus-heavy fleets while strategically adding a few 737s. While Airbus continues to dominate the fleets of many carriers, Boeing's 737 still holds appeal for some operators. From Volaris to Frontier, we've seen airlines adjust their strategies and in some cases, return to their Airbus routes after brief Boeing experiments. As fuel efficiency and fleet flexibility become even more critical, it will be fascinating to see which direction these airlines take in the future. So, what do you think? Will more Airbus-only airlines start adding Boeing jets to their fleets? Let us know in the comments below, and don't forget to like and subscribe for more aviation insights. Boeing has faced its share of challenges in recent years, from production delays to ongoing strikes. But there's a silver lining for the aerospace giant. A new order for 50 Boeing 737 MAX 8 aircraft from a well-established aviation lessor is breathing new life into Boeing's single-aisle production line.
Like, subscribe, and share.
The sponsor of today's video is Intuitive.me. This order represents a much-needed vote of confidence for Boeing. The order was placed by China Development Bank Financial Leasing Company Limited through its wholly owned subsidiary, CDB Aviation Lease Finance DAC. On September 18, 2024, the two companies signed an agreement to purchase 50 Boeing 737 MAX 8 aircraft, with deliveries scheduled between 2028 and 2031. For Boeing, this substantial acquisition is a key win. It's more than just a transaction. It's a testament to the resilience of the 737 MAX platform, despite recent industry headwinds. Now let's take a closer look at the lessor behind this substantial order. China Development Bank Financial Leasing Company Limited, or CDB Aviation. CDB Aviation is one of the world's largest aircraft leasing companies, with a fleet of 297 aircraft and 213 on order. The current fleet includes Airbus, 3 A350s, 6 A330neos, 24 A330ceos, 7 A330P to F freighters, 107 A320neo family aircraft with 128 on order, and 49 A320ceo family. Boeing, 2 787 Dreamliner, 1 777-300ER, 34 737 MAX 8 with 86 on order, and 17 737 next generation. Embraer, 17 E190 aircraft. CDB Aviation has a global footprint, with 71 lessees in 38 countries. Its customers include major airlines such as United Airlines, American Airlines, KLM, British Airways, Qatar Airways, and many others. The purchase of these 50 Boeing 737 MAX 8 jets strengthens the relationship between CDB Aviation and Boeing, ensuring that the lessor remains a major player in the single-aisle leasing market, which continues to grow worldwide. So, with this significant boost to its order book, Boeing is reminded that its 737 MAX family still holds significant appeal for global lessors and airlines alike. This new order could mark a turning point for Boeing as the company looks to navigate through its challenges and secure more orders in the future. The question now is, who will be next? Could we see more long-time Boeing customers or lessors stepping up to place their confidence in the 737 MAX once again? Let us know what you think in the comments below.
Like, subscribe, and share.
Disaster has struck once again for Boeing and its 777X customers. Last Friday, October 12th, Boeing informed airlines that the first delivery of the 777X will be delayed until 2026, moving from its previously expected delivery in 2025. This delay is attributed to ongoing development challenges, a flight test pause, and a major strike that has frozen production lines.
Like, subscribe, and share.
The sponsor of today's video is Intuitive.me, boosting both your personal development and business consultancy. Find out more by clicking the link in the description. Originally introduced in 2013, the 777X was supposed to be the next evolution of Boeing's long-haul fleet. First planned for service in 2020, this aircraft has faced numerous certification challenges and production setbacks. Boeing's troubles have left some of the world's largest airlines in difficult positions. Over 500 orders for the 777X have been placed by major airlines including Cathay Pacific, Emirates, Lufthansa, Qatar Airways, and Singapore Airlines. These airlines are growing frustrated with the delays. As Kelly Ortberg, Boeing's chief executive, said, "Our business is in a difficult position, and it is hard to overstate the challenges we face together." He added that this delay will force Boeing to make structural changes to ensure we can stay competitive and deliver for our customers over the long term. For Singapore Airlines, the delay is particularly troublesome. The carrier was initially expecting delivery of its first 777-9 during financial year 2021 to 2022. In fact, Singapore Airlines converted 14 orders of its 787-10 into 11 extra 777-9 orders, bringing its total commitment to 31 aircraft. Now it must figure out how to maintain capacity with these delays. Beyond the 777X program, Boeing's problems run deeper. Since September 13th, over 33,000 workers represented by the International Association of Machinists and Aerospace Workers have been on strike, halting production of critical aircraft including the 737 MAX, 767, and 777. The strike is costing Boeing approximately $1 billion per month. The company's financial stability is at serious risk. This strike, combined with a series of technical problems, has severely disrupted Boeing's production. Earlier this year, a 737 MAX 9 operated by Alaska Airlines suffered a mid-air panel blowout, causing significant concern about Boeing's quality control standards. This incident prompted U.S. regulators to reduce Boeing's production capabilities. Boeing's financial troubles have also led to workforce reductions. Chief Executive Kelly Ortberg announced plans to cut 17,000 jobs, representing 10% of the company's global workforce. Ortberg stated that Boeing needs to reset our workforce to align with our financial reality, adding that these cuts would impact employees at every level, including managers and executives. In the wake of these challenges, Boeing is forecasting major losses for the third quarter. The company expects revenue to drop to $17.8 billion and predicts a loss per share of $9.97. As Ortberg pointed out, we need to be clear-eyed about the work we face and realistic about the time it will take to achieve key milestones on the path to recovery. With mounting challenges, from production halts to workforce cuts and safety concerns, Boeing's future looks uncertain. The delays of the 777X and the broader issues within the company leave airlines like Emirates and Lufthansa questioning how long they will have to wait for their much-needed aircraft. As Boeing struggles to recover, the question remains: can Boeing bounce back, or will these delays and setbacks push airlines to explore other options for their fleets? Let us know what you think in the comments below, and don't forget to like and subscribe for more updates on the world of aviation.
Like, subscribe, and share.